Okay, where are we at? We're just kind of... Wait. What the hell? Did I not save? Or is this where we stopped? Let's make sure we got all this. I thought we at least went and found the blacksmith's daughter, right? Anyway, what's up, guys? It's technically... It's Thursday night for me, but it's really Friday morning, man. It's just going on 2 o'clock. I don't know how long I can sustain it. I gotta get up for work a little earlier today type thing. I got laundry to do, so I gotta do that regardless. Yeah, got out really late, apparently. Man, I'm not even there 2 or 3 days and somebody already quit. So, got a feeling I may get called in on Saturday, too. But, anyway. That's what's going on here. I thought we dealt with the barbarian stuff. Did we, like, die and I hadn't saved or something? I don't know.
The dead stay in the ground.
Whatever.
Alright. I never liked this part.
Oh my god.
Alright. Someone please stop the bleeding.
Brought the whole map on us. That's the problem here. This is like triple the damage. Who's down?
Got it. Can you give me a ladder so you can get off my back?
Jesus, that was like 40 to 1. You're not supposed to survive that. You're literally not supposed to survive that. That is completely broken. This whole map is broken. It must have broke when we loaded into it. And it is what it is. Okay, that was definitely not Liliana's fault. We just cleared it. We just cleared like 2 rooms, this whole thing, and probably something else. To be honest. Which is cool. We did it without getting wiped. We should have got wiped right there. We should have. So I'm kind of cool that we did.
Indeed.
whatever that is. That's so... I want that. I wanted to have this too. It's kind of for everybody. Can't have everything now, but once she, she's, what level is she? What level is this? 11. So yeah, she's got a long ways to go. Like I'm gonna run out of points to put into her at some point. We'll probably give her stealth once we can get stealth up to level 3. You know, eventually on down the road. I don't know what it really helps. I could switch to her and play Liliana for a minute if I want to have everybody hold and go disarm some traps and shit. Then come back and then go aggro everybody. There's a couple places for that. It's not the worst idea ever. But this, stunned and or paralyzed targets. Now here's the thing where we can start using paralyzed runes. Because see, when I'm playing a mage, I want everything against a paralyzed target to be a shatter. If they're just paralyzed, it'll never be a shatter. But if they're frozen solid or petrified by wind, then they get shattered. So that's like the opposite way to go. With this class, once we start getting some paralyzed runes, I'll put like one into one of Leliana's daggers, but maybe one into each, like a master and a grandmaster, right? And then maybe if I get a second grandmaster, I could put that shit into Alistair's weapon, because he hits often enough, and it just allows for backstabs on everybody, right? Especially like bosses, because it'll trigger on bosses sometimes. They'll get paralyzed for a second or two. That's a couple free backstabs, little extra damage. It's always good. So having that is cool. We really want this for the whole party, though. Attack, damage, and crit chance. That really helps herself. Maybe we should just beeline for that. Right now, we've got the basics covered. She'll go get that. The next 2 levels should be this, I think. So that's going to be kind of a wasted level. She doesn't really get anything out of it, but whatever. Good enough. Yeah, I thought we did this yesterday. I don't know. I must have reset for some reason. Or else I'm just thinking of another character, maybe. I don't know. Oh, Rob. Hey, what's up, Rob? No, it's all right. It's good. It's good for a reason. I mean, if I hated it, I wouldn't be playing it still, and it's, but almost 20 years old, so, I mean, it's got to be worth something, at least in my opinion. So I don't know. I'd check it out. I think it's really good to play this, and then kind of what this game is missing, you get in Dragon Age 2, but it's like a continued story, so it gets you into the richness of the game world, right? There's a whole lot to it, like religion and politics and drama and, like all this stuff. So it's more like an RPG was really kind of supposed to be, in my opinion. And Dragon Age 2 kind of carries that, but makes it even funner, in my opinion, while keeping all pretty much the same stuff. So, and there's more to it than just, I go in and press a button and play. Like, you actually have to think about stuff. So, I mean, that's always a good thing. I mean, I could sit here and say, yeah, it's fiddly and it's not worth a crap. And then you'd be like, well, why have you put 5,000 hours into this over the last almost 2 decades? And I'd be like, oh, because it sucks. That would be kind of stupid, right? So, yeah, to be honest, I like the sequel, Dragon Age 2, better. But I only like it because I played the shit out of this originally. And then Dragon Age 2 scratched that little itch that this game can't scratch. Because it's basically disguised turn-based. I mean, considering the age of the game, it looks pretty cool. I mean, this looks like action, right? This doesn't look turn-based. I'm not moving in squares. But in combat, you kind of move in squares, sort of. You can free roam, right? Or you can actually, like basically dictate where your party... Well, you can't really even dictate where your party goes. On PC, you can. On console, you can't really even do that. On Dragon Age 2, you actually kind of can a little bit. You can take your entire party, right? I press both bumpers, and I got everybody activated, see on the left? And then I could say, go over there. My character did, and everybody technically followed. So, I mean, sorta, you kind of can, but anyway. But, so, there's I mean, it's an old game. Like true, like straight up, real time, nanosecond reaction, like gameplay type stuff. Like, it really wasn't in the Xbox 360 and PS3 days. That was kind of fresh. Look at Oblivion, what they did with real time. It's real time. I wouldn't call it turn-based. I mean, it still kind of is, but it's really well disguised turn-based. This is disguised turn-based. Not well disguised, but disguised turn-based. Oblivion was, and Fallout 3. Wouldn't call those turn-based. You call those action games. They were just clunky as shit, right? They were fiddly as fuck. Oblivion especially. Especially if you looked at it in third person. Man, you went back to first person real quick because that shit looked, it was bad on the eyes. You know what I mean? But it was new. It was a thing. This is not bad on the eyes, in my opinion. I'm also playing a backwards compatible. This is an emulator on the Xbox Series X. This is not the original. The cool thing is, almost no load times between screens and stuff. That's great. And probably even in a boosted frame rate. I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know if there is, whatever. But on the downside, sometimes I think like back then, you would have an area would load into the screen and then you would have zones. Like Mass Effect was like this. You would have, made by the same people. Not necessarily on the same engine, but the same people, right? So you'd have a map, like say this big, right? And so you'd be here, and you'd cross over into an area, and sometimes you'd get a pause, and the game would like load for a second, because you were like crossing a boundary from one zone into another zone. That map might be made up into 20 zones, right? And you've essentially got some kind of disguised load between these zones. Now maybe it can load the next zone right before you get there. Fallout 3 had the same thing. You could be walking out in the middle of the wilderness, and you would the same blocks that you saw on your Pit-Boy map were the same blocks that you were actually working with in the game. And when you crossed a boundary from one block to another, your game would actually pause sometimes. It might even crash, trying to load the next area you were going to as you were crossing over. Usually it was good about it. The more you played the game, the more your cache got full, and the more of your memory was held up. There were times that just simply crossing an invisible line from, this little bush over here, you're on this side of it, cool, and it's supposed to have already loaded the next area, you would cross that bush and the game would just give up because it didn't have enough memory to do that. So on the original Xbox 360, there were times where you couldn't play past level 20 on Fallout 3. And Oblivion did some of the same shit, it just took a little longer. I don't think it used up quite as much space as Fallout 3 did. Same engine, though, and the same kind of thing. I think you get some stuff like that here. What happens on the backwards compatible now is the memory that you have on RAM is equivalent of basically 1 terabyte of memory that you had available on the hard drive, not on RAM, just the hard drive itself back then, right? 2 gigs now is like, what, 128 gigs then. And that's just on RAM. So you could basically put this game on RAM like 6 times, the whole game. But the loading can't happen like that, right? Or else the entire game would essentially be seamless, but it's not built like that, so it would just crash. So I think there's issues there. So sometimes I'll run into an area like this. If you notice, all these skeletons here, I don't know, all 20 or 30 of them, there's only supposed to be like 6. And then there's going to be a couple dogs over here that you have to fight. And then there's supposed to be, you see the doors? The doors have already opened like almost 2 zones past where I actually was. My aggro should not be able to encompass the entire map and all 10 zones on the map. The original game doesn't do that. The emulator, though, it's already not only loaded this, but if the game allows for it, it's loaded the next 3 areas I'm going to go that are attached to this and keep that memory, and then you have problems with like memory bleed and leak and stuff like that. So, right, now that's an issue. Anyway, it's few and far in between. Yeah, you'll run into that shit a couple times during the game. Not a huge deal. If you already know what it's supposed to do and you can deal with it, like, okay, we got a knockout. We shouldn't even have had a knockout. We should have done that, then the next ambush, then the next ambush. But it took all 3 ambushes and aggroed them as if instead of my aggro radius being here, my aggro radius was here, which encompasses the entire game map. Now, I wouldn't doubt that there's an enemy in the next area that's already aggroed, and we're not even there yet. Like on a 360, that would have never even loaded yet because you haven't even been there, right? I wouldn't doubt it. So that's one of the problems you run into. A few games that I played on backwards compatible. The advantages, there's a lot of advantages, but the drawback is the game kind of works weird sometimes. But it's still a whole lot faster. So for all the time you save and, you know, turning 1 minute loading screens into like 1 second loading screens, all the time you save throughout the game, if you have to start over because the game's being a little bitchy, you still save time in the long run. It's still better overall, I think. I mean, I guess. If it's not doing anything wrong, you don't have any problems, right? It's easy to ignore it.
I'll get on it. It's a massacre and no one's getting out alive.
Yes. As you say, I shall do so immediately.
I never liked this part. You should run while you can.
If I must. I shall do so.
I don't know if we can do this.
I shall do so immediately.
No, this is why we quit last night, because it did this bullshit. That's why we stopped last night. So we're gonna have to do all this all over again. So it's gonna aggro the entire map again. Oh, this is annoying. That's as much my fault as anything else, to be honest, but whatever. I still like the old 360 vibe, man. It's just got nostalgia or something to it. It really does. I think it's the rabbit that gamers try to chase that played like COD 4 with all their friends on the Xbox, and like you got the little bleep when you were online, and then, you know, you got the little things, you know, notifications when your friends were online and you got a party going, and then you got in there and, you know, you tried to get your headsets working and this and that, and it was just like, it was all new, it was all fresh, and it was just fun. Stay up till 6 in the morning. Had to get up at 6:30 for work, and you're up at 6 o'clock, and it's like, well, I guess I'm not sleeping, because you were just gonna play one more round of friggin' team deathmatch or something with your buddies, you know, like those days where it just felt worth it. It just felt worth it. If you felt like shit all the next day and you were cussing yourself the entire next day, but still, you went 32-0 on fucking what did they call that one map in COD 4? The one map with it was nothing but like cement tubes and shit like that. It wasn't junkyard. It was something. There was a name for it, but it's like the smallest map ever. Like as soon as you spawn, everybody just started throwing flashbangs over, you know, Pipe Town maybe? Pipe Town or something? I forget what it was called. It's like a salvage yard or some shit anyway, but I mean just good times and shit. Yeah, I don't know. Good times, man. I wonder what those good times are like for this generation. You know, the like I said, 2000 generation, or 2005 or 2010 generation, whatever. I'd say 2000 generation. Those that are like 25, 26 now, and you know, like COD 4 was something. They weren't even 10 years old yet. They were probably playing it though. Some of them were, because I remember getting in the lobby and I had 7 and 8 year olds. Their nuts hadn't even dropped yet, because they sounded like, you know, they could play what is that, acapella or fucking tenor or whatever in an opera house, saying shit about my mom that would make me blush. I'd be like, damn, I wish I would have thought of that. 7 and 8 year olds do this to your mom and go F this and suck that, and I'd be like, bro, like, really? Hollering and screaming and shit. The lobbies in COD 4 were, That was some toxic shit. The things they said in Call of Duty lobbies around, 2008, 2009, 2010, the things they said in Call of Duty lobbies would get you in prison now. That's how pussified the world has become. All right, I gotta save before we fight those dogs again, because this is annoying. I've never had this problem here ever that I can remember. I don't know what's going on. Something's wrong in my tactics, I guess. Oh yeah. I remember in MW2, MW3, a buddy we met and that kind of came and played with us all the time. You could call it a clan. It was never like MLG competitive bullshit or any of that. But we'd win a lot. I mean, we'd win over 90% of the time. We were a good crew, even when there's a couple weak links. Like, I was always one of the weaker links. I wasn't very good at it. I'd have my games. Black Ops 2 was my shit. Black Ops 2, I wrecked that shit. I wasn't great, but I was good. MW2, not really. COD 4, I didn't take it seriously. I just played all the time. So I had a whole lot of stats, they just sucked. Like, I'd run around with the P9. I would snipe with a thermal P90 with a thermal scope. I would snipe with that shit. Was I good at it? I didn't care. It was fun. I loved the P90. I just loved it. It was like a laser. It was freaking great. Couldn't control the damn thing. I knew people that were really good with the P90. I sucked with it, but I liked it so much. It was so much fun. People would tolerate me. They'd be like, oh, okay, man, you got your fucking P90 on the biggest map in the game. Have fun, I guess. So it's like, well, I guess now there's just 3 of us or 5 of us or whatever, right? Or 7 of us, yeah, because you can just count this motherfucker out. But I enjoyed the shit out of it. You'd hear me laughing maniacally, like a witch putting all the right shit in the cauldron. I was having a great time. So I didn't really care. I mean, that was really, at the end of the day, that's kind of what it was supposed to be about. Now, if we lost because of me, that didn't really ever happen. I mean, maybe a couple times or something, but not a big deal. Now, if you put it on a search and destroy something, I don't know. We had some good games, and I'd have some clutch. I'd had some clutch games, but that really wasn't. Team Deathmatch was always just my shit. I just wanted to do that. And then when they came up with, what do you call that? Where you collect the tags? I really liked that too. Because I either had really, really good games or really, really shitty games. But, Kill Confirmed. Yeah, Kill Confirmed. I really like that too. I usually did that kind of by myself because you could play that with randoms as easily as you could with a party, for the most part. I mean, a party could find their kill zones as far as that goes. So you could do that, but most of my friends didn't really like it. I did. So I would just, when everybody else went to sleep and I was still up at 4 or 5 in the morning, I'd go play that for a couple hours and have some good games and then have some bad ones, I think it all pretty much came out of evil, but I liked it. So, I mean, that's what it's about, right? I had fun.
Something must die. I will fight if I must.
All right. Here comes trouble.
I'll get on it.
You should run. All right.
See, that's Alistair doing his job. Hey, what's up, Lionel? What's going on, man? That was Alistair doing his job. Now, see, I don't know why 4 dogs can kill us when Alistair's killing it like that. I think it's because I went in to draw aggro, and that was completely my fault.
All right, all right.
I mean, I guess that was my fault. That was 6 silver. That's nice. That's 12. That's almost 13 silver. Cool. All right, so, you know, I'm not gonna lie, man. Honestly, I mean, I gave her this because that's supposed to be better, but no, I gave her this, didn't I? Fuck. I really want to get to this. I just want to get to that, man. I really do. See some. What do we have here? It's a bunch of money, really. See, that's garbage. That's garbage. It's like the same thing and the same thing. Saving those for, that's good. I do have some things to sell. Alright, so we're just gonna save. I don't know what's up with these dogs, man. Maybe I should just run in there with Alistair first. They're gonna aggro whoever you're controlling, so Alistair just needs that. But he died like quick.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Got it. I'll get on it. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Let's end this. Make him reserve us. All right, all right. Sounds better than later.
A bit more diving, please.
See, Alistair's much better at tanking than I am. Much better.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Got it.
I hate you have to kill dogs here. It bothers the shit out of me. Every single time I have to kill a dog, fuck this game. Dude, it happens in Dragon Age 2. Like, there's an entire area, a nighttime area just filled with dogs, and you have to kill them all. It's just, it's such a... If you're a dog lover, it's like this... That entire area was written by cat lovers just to troll dog lovers because they fucking woke bitches just fucking hate them. Same people out there protesting ICE wrote that area the way they wrote it. Designed that shit.
I see a trap.
And fuck them. Fuck them for doing that. That's all I'm saying. Not taking that back. Forced to kill a bunch of dogs.
I'll get on it.
We got a bunch of silver. Where are we at on money? We're sitting on like almost 30 sovereigns.
Please, don't hurt me.
Yeah, see, when you can play the game right, you don't get party wiped for no fucking reason. Yeah, just play the game right. Stop trying to tank everything, dumbass. I'm talking to myself. Just y'all can co-sign that. Yeah, bro, you're a dumbass, and I'd be like, you're right. Yeah, true story. Yeah, it's COD 4, probably MW3. COD 4 is first. Black Ops 2 is second. MW3 would be third. Anything after that can go fuck itself. That's my opinion. Didn't like Black Ops 3. Don't know how much I played of the original Black Ops. I don't know. Seemed like there wasn't like a big bridge. I don't know. I just don't really. I don't remember anything about Black Ops. Black Ops 2 though, that was my shit. Like there was a lot of MW caliber weapons in there that acted the same. They were just called something else, and I was really down with that. Which MW had the AK AK with a suppressor that was basically like an iron sight sniper rifle. You were like that what's his name? White Death? Simu? What's his name? The White Death? You were like that dude. You were like iron sights with that shit. You could be anywhere on the map. But you could run and gun with it a little bit too. The AK with the suppressor. Was that MW3? Because I remember wrecking some shit with that. That was kind of like the G36 to me, but I was better with it. G36, I don't know. I had two friends, one dude and one chick, and the chick never spoke. You want to know why? Because if she got in a lobby and she ever spoke, everybody would start, you know, all the dudes who had never seen a pussy in their entire life would just start just trolling and harassing and abusing her and shit like that. And so she would pretty much stay mics off, but she'd listen. She always had her headset on. Every blue moon, she'd say something. If it was like absolutely necessary, only in game. And that was it. But dude, she went around with the G36. That's all she used. Her G36. I don't remember what her attachments and what she ever did, but she run and gun. She never sniped. She never stopped. She moved the entire time, and she went. I mean, I'd say her average was like 25 and 3. 25 and 3 was just her average. The most, no offense, just the most gangster bitch I've ever seen play Call of Duty. She was hardcore. I don't even know whose friend she was and how she got into our group. But if she was on, everybody always invited her. She'd come in, and then when she left, she wouldn't say anything. She would just leave. She'd play for a couple hours with it. I mean, she'd play for a while. If we were having like a really, really good run, she'd just be there. But she was always like, based on your call-outs, she was always where she was supposed to be. And she was just good like that. I mean, nobody's perfect, but she's gangster as shit, man. I'm trying to remember what her name was. She made friends with everybody, and she would even join if, you know, you were just playing. She might jump in with you, but if it was just you and her, and you're like, okay, I have no idea what the fuck is going on, and we can't get anybody else online, and we're just in here with, like, you know, some other randoms and whatever. She'd play for a minute, and then she'd just disappear. She's cool as shit. Anyway, one of the best players I've ever seen. And there was another buddy of mine. What was his? He was dark. He was dark something. Dark something. He played a lot of Gears 3. He played it competitively, like tournament Gears 3. He was into that stuff. But when he'd come over, and his shit was the G36. That's all he ever used. That's all he ever did. He didn't give a shit about anything, you know, this and that, and blah blah blah. That's just the gun he used. Didn't matter what you were doing, he used it, and he always held his own. He was really good. He'd win a match by himself sometimes, and he was good at search and destroy with just a G36. He was really good at that, and he would clutch. He would clutch a lot, right? If he didn't clutch, you were almost surprised. You're like, oh damn, well, good try anyway, man. But no, most of the time he did. You'd be like, okay, if I were to bet on this, I would win at least 70% of the time. So yeah, he's gonna clutch this shit. He was one of those players, right? G36, that's all he used. He didn't use anything else. It's crazy. That's how she was too. So that was so I guess that was MW2, right? MW2 was the G30. I mean, it was probably in both games, but it was like super hype in one of them, and it was the one that I don't think I was good in. Well, maybe it was MW3. And like I said, if I had an AK with a suppressor, and that was it. Suppressor and what do they call it? Fast hands, rapid reload. I know I pretty much always had dead silence. Pretty much always had cold-blooded. Like, that was just kind of my go-to, just whatever. Have a couple grenades, get a couple kills with those, whatever. You know, to keep me from just going in the negative type thing. I wasn't very good. Black Ops 2, my KD, and I never stopped. I never sniped, and I never stopped. We had a couple guys in our crew that's all they did was sniper. In fact, one dude, PFC sniper, he's actually like a military sniper, like in the army, like for real type thing. We talk about that stuff and stuff. But that's all he did was snipe. He didn't do anything else. And all I did was just ran around. And once I understood, like, certain lines you just don't cross. You just always patrolling, always patrolling, always patrolling. My KD was almost 2.0, doing nothing but running and gunning. That's not impressive, but it's not bad. If your KD's 2.0 and you just, like, you've got those games where, you go like, 1 in 12. You just never find anybody, and when you find somebody, they're always shooting you first, and, those types of rounds. Yeah, had plenty of those. Still, my KD was, I think it was 186. I think at one point it was like 199. It was like right at 2.0. And then, but like the last time I ever played, I think going, when I went and looked, it was 186 or it was 18 something. For just running and gunning, and that's all you do. You never snipe, you never do anything. That's not terrible. I mean, you're, basically you're killing 2 people for every time you get killed in team deathmatch, which is all we played 99% of the time, at least as a group. There you go. And then I'd run off and go play some other shit and have some like terrible games, like by myself for hours and days. And, then when we all get back together and play, I'd have some, 30 and 5, 32 and 2, some shit like that. I'd have some runs like that, just running around and just doing shit. I'd say Black Ops 2 was the only one that I was actually so at. Anyway.
I'm sorry. I'm so frightened. These monsters are everywhere. My name's Valena. The Arlessa's
I don't know if any of you
all right.
have
What happened to everyone?
been around the stream over the years. It's almost 15 years now. Well, no. It's over 10 though. It's over 10 years. To remember this, but we had a friend. Really, it was mine and another buddy of mine and another buddy of mine. And so she was like our friend. I think I brought her into the group, and I'm like, man, if you won't play with her, I'll go play with her, right? And then whatever. And then if y'all need us, let us know, type thing. But so and then she was what it was is she could own some shit, but no, I'd say about 60% of the time she didn't take it seriously. She'd just go fuck off. Like, what are you doing? Well, I'm experimenting with my C4 clicker, right? What? And everybody get pissed off at her, right? She was cool as shit. But at the times when we met her, she was like 14 years old. Her name, her Xbox handle was Skater Girl. And so we met her in the COD 4 days, right? And she's just in a party, and she was, wasn't an area chat, I don't know. She was just playing like pretty good. And it seems like we had a team together that there was only like 3 of us, maybe 4 of us online or whatever. And so we invited her in, didn't know who she was. It was like Skater Girl something 14, so that was like literally like her age. Anyway, she's a youngster, and it only took like a day or two, and she became like a couple of ours like little sister. She was like little sister. She was just a homie. She was cool as shit. She'd get on mic and she'd just have fun. And when she took it seriously, she could play. She would she would just own some shit. It's like, damn. Okay, she just came in there to fucking went beast mode, right? And then when she was fucking off, it'd be like, Skate, why are you fucking off? She might not say anything, and then whatever. And then every blue moon, somebody in the group, like whoever was party leader, would just kick her, right? And if she sent me a message and it was like, why did I get kicked? And I'd be like, because you're fucking off, but you still want to play? And she'd be like, yeah. And I'd say, all right, guys, I'm out. And I'd go play with her. And then I had another buddy of mine, his name was Ants, and Ants would go play with her, and then we'd all be 3 playing together, and then we didn't take shit seriously. So we'd get into like team deathmatch, and we would all like, okay, let's equip C4, and then go plant our C4 somewhere and just blow it up, and then run around the rest of the match and just click your C4. Click, 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 click. So we'd go hide behind dumpsters. Dude, we were trolling the shit. I mean, it's kind of an asshole move, but it was so hilarious. We'd be rolling on the floor. We'd be laughing so hard we were crying because you just click, click, and you'd watch people, like, you'd watch dudes from, like, your team and their team. They weren't even shooting each other anymore. They were, like, looking around like, who the fuck is clicking? It would click, because you could hear it anywhere on the map. Click, 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 click. So all three of us were doing it, and we'd hide in like 3 different spots. Dude, and we'd like hide at a spawn point, and dudes would spawn, and even if they were on the opposing team, they wouldn't know it was us. So like one of us would be over here, one of us would be over here, and we'd be hiding again. Dude, it was just fun. We wouldn't do that like, for like, for like an entire day or something. We'd do that for a couple rounds, or we'd go into certain maps, and we would like all equip just flashbangs, and we wouldn't shoot anybody. We would just flashbang the shit out of the enemy. That's all we did. And then if we ran out of flashbangs, then we'd play, then we'd die, and then we'd respawn, and we'd make sure we just flashbang the shit out of everybody. So every once in a while you get in the lobby, it's like, who the fuck is throwing all the flashbangs? And here's the 3 of us. Dude, it was stupid, right? So we were just kind of like that. And that went on like over years. And so she hung out, and she became one of the crew, like all of us that knew each other, And after a couple years of that, then she got older, and then once she got, I would say, this carried on till she got about 18 or 19, and then there are times where we just hang out and we just talk, and she's going through some stuff that I'd kind of been through, and so it became like more real stuff. Like it really didn't even have, I mean, we'd just sit, like whatever, in a party and stuff, and just talk and chat, and she'd vent some stuff, and I would say like, okay, man. And she had no parents, no brothers, no nothing, and she was like out there and getting into some trouble. And it was obvious trouble, Once you've been down that road, you know where that road's going, and you see her behind you with the brights on, fucking mashing the gas, just going down that road as fast as she can. And it was like, you need to pump the brakes. Like seriously, that ends badly. There's nothing down there but pit holes and fire and death, and like, you're either going to go to jail or you're going to wind up dead, or both. And she didn't. She wound up actually ODing some years after that. I want to say, I think she was 20 when she OD'd, 19, 20, maybe 21. So I got to know her she's like, I never had a sister. I never had a little sister. She was like my little sister. She was our homie. And if you ever have been in, stay tuned. Hey, what's going on, man? Oh man, old Warner Brothers, old Bugs Bunny and shit. Stay tuned, right? Stay tuned, folks. So if you'd ever been on one of my streams, like over the years, you might hear me mention her. There's a couple people who are pretty impactful, and especially streaming and or gaming related. That just there's like just this bond. There's just like, you just have this love for this person, and there's just like a trust, and there's a bond there, and it's just, she kind of disappeared. Really didn't know, and then this is probably the last time I ever used Facebook either, because she was on Facebook, and so I had her on Facebook, and she had me on Facebook, and we never talked there, but it was just a thing. I knew she was. I knew her Xbox thing, and then I knew her actual name, and her name on Facebook and stuff, and then saw a bunch of comments on her. No, she did not survive. No, she died. No, when she OD'd, she OD'd. She didn't get too high. She OD'd. She died. I don't believe it was on purpose. This is a little bit before fentanyl, so, but don't know. Don't really know. Anyway, if she'd gotten into the lifestyle, it's really conducive to, that's where it's going. You're either going to wind up ODing or in prison or both. There's no other, that road doesn't go anywhere else. And she knew that, but she couldn't stop. And I get it. I understand that. If she could have, she would have. She wasn't stupid. She was really smart, and she had a really, really good heart. She was an actual beautiful person. She managed to have a kid a little bit. Having a kid was kind of related to that lifestyle that she was in, but either way, she did manage to have one, and she loved him very much, and, don't know where that all went. Don't really know what happened with all that. No way to know because I can't ask her because she's dead. But yeah, she was my buddy. I've never had a little sister, but if I did, that's about as close as it gets. Never had a brother, but my best friend in life, his son, who also knew her, by the way, because we all played Call of Duty. We all played games together. Wasn't just Call of Duty. We even tried Borderlands. We tried a couple other games too. You know, just trying to play together, doing something. But his son, I was Mr. Mike. I wasn't Uncle Mike. I was Mr. Mike. But it was the same shit. And so here's my best friend. We've been best friends for 40 years or more, right? And his son is like my fucking nephew, and we go hang out and play games, and we enjoyed the shit out of Resident Evil 4 on the Wii. Oh man, that was the shit. We spent many nights up till like 5 in the morning playing that stuff. Anyway, so his little dude, and he passed away from cancer, and y'all know about that because you can see it right here on my channel. Little Nathan, man, that was just my dude. I called him little dude, and he called me Mr. Mike, and that's just it. That was my best friend's son, and I've never had a nephew, but if I ever had one, that would be him. So if I ever had a little sister, that would be her. And tragic, man, tragic. But blessed to get to know them, to at least have a little time like that, and in heaven I'll recognize them. I really believe I will, and that'd be a good thing. So. Yeah, she was cool as shit, man. Y'all have loved her. She was a character, man. We'd come up with, like I said, we just play, and if we weren't taking shit seriously, we'd play some shit that would have us rolling. We'd laugh so hard, literally, your ribs hurt the next day because you were just laughing for like 2 or 3 hours straight. We'd just find some fun shit to do, and then just do it, and just be stupid about it. It was kind of ridiculous. And then every once in a while, when everybody else has gone to bed and you really just don't feel like playing much, but you just want to hang out and chill, and she'd talk about, like, personal, real stuff. She'd be like, well, you know, and just whatever was on her head. And so we could just talk like that. And I could talk the same way to her. I'd be like, yeah, man, I get it, man, this and this and that, and I don't know, man, this is fucked up, and that's great, though, and whatever. And there, you know, we could sit there, and then she'd be like, I'm falling asleep. And I'd be like, all right, well, good night, buddy. And, you know, that type of thing. And it was a wonderful thing. And that went on for, like I said, she was literally like your 14-year-old little sister when you meet her. And then, I don't know, the last I talked to her, I think she was at least 19, 20. I'd have to go look exactly and see when she passed, because she passed not long after I talked to her last. It wasn't that long. It was a couple months. She'd gotten away from games pretty much entirely, but I wasn't playing shooters anymore either. And, you know, the crew, the clan, whatever you want to call it, pretty much broken up. A couple of them were still out playing that shit, but everybody else, just life happened. When my little buddy Nathan passed, his dad disappeared. I've only talked to him a dozen times since. Over the last 12 years, I probably talked to him an average of, maybe not even 12 times. Just that, yeah, that just did something to his life. Yeah, not in a good way. Anyway, yeah, anyway, just, I don't even know why I'm talking about this.
You know my father.
There you go.
I want to go back to the village. Is there a way out of here? But the monsters! I'll find my way. I can run fast and I know the castle. Thank you.
No problem. Oh, we finally got Alistair's. He just got some more health. Well, like 1 point. But still, it's something, right? Maybe this would be a good opportunity to save before we aggro the entire rest of the entire castle all at the same time. Beautiful. Appreciate you guys listening, though. It's good stuff. You regret losing people, but just remember, this isn't, I don't know, somebody need to hear this right now? 'Cause I don't know, I just, whatever. Regardless, whether you need to hear it or not. Maybe in the future or something. But the only reason you regret losing somebody is because those people blessed you just by being alive and you appreciate them as people, or else you wouldn't really give a shit if they passed. I mean, you might pretend to care for a little bit, but if those people didn't mean anything to you, after a day or two, yeah, you know, you just, you know, you can say, well, it sucks that they're gone, but yeah, I didn't really think about it much anyway. Doesn't make them less important, it's just not so important to you. If the bond's not there, the bond isn't broken if they leave because there was never a bond there in the first place. That's not a bad thing, it's just the way it is, right? Those people are important to somebody, just maybe not you. But when somebody that's important to you is taken away because it's their time, you know, to go be with Jesus and whatever, then the more it hurts, I think the more you were blessed by knowing them. Because how often do you get an opportunity to know somebody where their passing is so impactful in your life that it actually bothers you to where when you think about it a year or 2 or 5 or 10 years later, it makes you want to cry. That's the most respect you can give somebody who's passed, and that's how you know somebody, you really actually legitimately love that person. You love them as a friend, you love them as a girlfriend, you love them as a family member, whatever. And so, in that light, that's not a bad thing. Like with me, if my circle is really, really small compared to I think most people. I think so. It just is what it is. Is that good or bad? I'm not looking at it is what it is. So when I lose somebody and I think about them, like I could just be in the shower, or I could just be, you know, nodding off to go to sleep and just start thinking, and just it comes across my mind thinking about a person, and I don't need to necessarily think about a certain thing, like a place I'd been, or a thing we did, or something we talked about, or, you know, just some shared moment or something. I can just think about just that person, and I can get overwhelmed. And if it makes me just break down in the shower and just cry and just cry and cry and just feel it, be thankful I knew them, and be sorry they're gone, but be glad because I know where they're at. Those 3 things right there, that's that beautiful healing kind of, like, the more it hurts, the better, because it's in a pure way. It hurts for the right reason. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, laughter. They say laughter is the best medicine. I think sarcasm is the best medicine because I think sarcasm gets the best laughs. But whatever, you say laughter is best medicine. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, that's great, man. If you can do that with somebody, you're on the. If you can do that embarrassing laugh where you laugh and you slobber and you snot and nobody's judging you because they're doing the same damn thing over the exact same shit for the exact same reason, and you know it. Like, that's a bond right there. That goes beyond shit. That's not just, hey, how are you? I like you. Well, I like you too. Okay, so we're friends now. There's nothing superficial there. The laughy, snotty laughs and the snotty, slobberly, ugly crying, and you're just both doing it at the same time because you're just on the same page. That's some beautiful shit. You can't pay for that. You when you lose somebody like that, there's a spot in your heart that doesn't get filled. That doesn't get replaced. The cool thing about your heart is your heart, like the God who made you, is eternal. So you got lots of spaces like that. I envy people who have lots and lots of spaces. They can cry over somebody every day of the week because they got 365 spaces in their heart that they can just miss on any given day. That's a beautiful kind of thing. I would just call that a full life. What else are you going to take with you? You can't take your money. You can't take your stuff. Maybe a few memories, but a lot of those are corrupted. But you can take your relationships and your memories related to that. You can take that. So, in your good deeds, and you can take that. And you know what? Some of those good deeds are probably going to be related to those people who you like the most. Just saying. Because remember, if somebody affects you like that, you probably affected them the same way. So if you lose somebody like that and they passed on, they can take those good works. That which they did to you that made your life better, you think God doesn't recognize that? Of course he does. So when they get there, they got that. They got a few threads in their duds to where they don't have to stand before God butt naked ashamed. They can say, nah, man, nah, you had one of your children and I loved him as much as you do. You think God doesn't recognize that? According to the scripture, he does. So I'm just going to go with that. And so when I get there, I'm going to say the same thing. I love you, Lord, and I love this person too, for a reason. So you got somebody's back? Well, do they got your back? There's one thing to have somebody's back here. There's another thing to have somebody's back there. When you get to that point, like all those boundaries are crossed. That's some pretty cool shit, man. I'm just saying, these are the people I'm talking about. And I think everybody has somebody like that. And if you don't, that sucks. That sucks. Maybe allow yourself to have somebody like that. I'm not saying it's on you, but I'm saying let it happen. Yeah, I think it's better to have loved and lost, or I would add something to that. It's better to have tried to love and failed rather than to have not loved at all. Let's go ahead and add that little moniker in there too. Because I think that's equal. I think that's absolutely 100% true. Yeah, good stuff. I don't know. Why are we even playing this game right now? We're talking about other stuff. Give me a second. What, 233? Nice. Sorry about that. Had to make that pretty explicit. Just swipe through 40. That's exactly like you took all that time to press that and press enter. I don't know. These woke Satanists that think that because you pay the bills, they can take your internet time and just troll and abuse and just be like the opposite of a human being, just be a hateful piece of fucking garbage, Satan's asshole sewage piece of shit, and just be that. I mean, that's what it is, and that's what it does, and it's not going to do anything else. So I get that, but well, it needs to be blown up under a bridge like a fucking troll that it is. Now, honestly, I could just stand right here for the next 3 hours, and if nobody's here to listen to it, I'll just talk to myself. Whatever. I'm not going to do that, I don't think. But let's just say I decided to. Now, if somebody said, okay, man, okay, we get it, bro. Like, can we just do something else? I'd be like, oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, maybe. Like one human being talking to another. You're reminiscing, yeah, we're done talking about this. Cool, whatever. But if I got a point that I'm making, and I think it's personal to me, and I think somebody else might appreciate the exact same viewpoint, because it's something I learned at some point in my life, then whatever, and I think it's a whole lot more important than this video game. I don't have to explain that. In fact, if that's not my reasoning, I can still do what the fuck I want on my own fucking stream that I pay for, because I haven't gotten a super chat to support my fucking bills once in the last, I don't know, how many weeks? I'm not bitching about it. I'm just saying, I don't owe anybody anything. If you're here because you choose to be. If you don't want to be here, fuck off. But if you want to say something on your way out, I will burn you with fire so that when you leave, you don't exist when you get where you're going. You fucking piece of shit. I didn't ask for it, but goddamn, I'll fucking end that shit. And I should. Because I didn't do anything to anybody. And I'm paying my own goddamn bills. If it weren't for fucking doing laundry right now, I wouldn't even be streaming right now. If anybody's got a problem with that, why the fuck are you even here? I'm not talking to any of you unless I am talking to you, and if I am, fuck off and die on your way out with a cactus in your ass. And has a custom sign delivered to them before they even get there in like 3 different states. Oh, what's up, Jane? What's going on, man?
Tell me.
Let's go.
Looks like somebody wants to die again. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? I'll get on it next time. All right. Just call me the All right. Here comes trouble. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
What do we have here? It's garbage. Nice. Best friend to a... Oh, that sucks. Obviously. Didn't need me to say that or anybody else, right? Don't know what to say to that. But, yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about friends that were lost, actually. Like, just now. And then we got a troll in here to, you know, find some way to weaponize that and just be a fucking piece of shit. So I had to go destroy that person's future ever on YouTube ever. Not that that really matters, but, you know.
Finished. Now what do you want?
They need to die, and we assured that that's going to happen, so that's a good thing, I guess, but, yeah. We're just talking about the same type of shit. Seriously. Yeah, doing good here, too, man. I would say. I don't have anything to do with Easter. As a Christian, I don't have anything to do with Easter. But, man, what's the best way I can say this? I appreciate at least families getting together, so that's good. I hate that it's under that banner, but whatever. Easter, as it is today, is the opposite of Christianity. It's essentially Satanism or paganism called Easter. It has nothing to do with Christianity at all. Sucks because so many people flock to it. I guess if Easter was actually Christian, then people would hate it. So the reason everybody just essentially embraces it and the people attacking it do it just to create confusion. They don't really attack it because they don't know anything about it either. But if anybody knows anything about it and they claim to be a Christian, they would shun it like they would Epstein's files. Because it's essentially the same thing. Anyway, but I think a lot of people just using any event for an excuse to get with family, cool, man. Obviously not going to say anything about that. Who's that over here?
Ready.
Well, they just fucking wrecked Win.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? I suppose violence is a solution. Sometimes. I love how desperate you are. You're pathetic. Someone's gonna fall and it sure won't be me. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? I'll get on it. All right.
Dude, Wynn just ran in melee and just drew all the aggro, just stupid-like. I guess she got what she deserved on that one. I can't stop her from doing that shit, I guess.
Here I am. Can't do that.
Effing weird. That was weird. Her just going in just straight up YOLO melee, drawing all the aggro and just killing herself on purpose. I guess I did the same thing earlier, so I guess I can't blame her, because I did the exact same shit. True story. Guess that makes me the idiot. Can't knock them if you just did, like, literally the same thing, right? Can't knock that shit at all. Just gotta be like, well, I get it. That was stupid, wasn't it? Hope your AI doesn't do that again, because I at least admit I'm stupid for it.
You have opened the gates. That is good. My men and I are eager to see our Arl again. Shall we enter the main hall together? It must be held if we are to regain control of the castle. Excellent. Let us go now, then, and see what awaits us there.
Okay, you want to see what's going on with Loghain? Look what's going on with this dude. This is not this dude. He is completely mind-dominated by a demon. So I say Loghain is mind-dominated by Dumat himself, because this dude's mind-dominated, Tegan's mind-dominated by this puppet master. Blood puppet. He's a blood puppet. What's Loghain? A blood puppet. Beat Tegan to within an inch of his life, he gains his own mind back. Beat Loghain to within an inch of his life, he gets his own mind back in the exact same way. This is given to you as an example to understand exactly who and what is controlling Loghain and why shit is going down for the Darkspawn and for the enemy and against all of Ferelden and against Orlais, which is the south. And Inquisition is the exact same way, by the way. So I have Dragon Age to prove my point.
For dinner, maybe.
What does anybody else have?
Looks like a tough chew. Maybe in a nice stew.
Oh, Loghain's just misunderstood. No, motherfucker. That's not even Loghain.
Connor,
Blood puppet is not
I beg you.
that person. A blood puppet is that person
hurt
as a puppet
anyone.
being controlled by whoever's controlling it, which is exactly what's going on with Loghain.
What's happening? Where am I?
Disproves it, by the way.
Connor,
And Flemeth actually tells you,
Connor,
so
can
I
you
have
hear me?
2 witnesses
Get
in the
away
game
from me, fool woman.
to prove that point.
You are beginning to bore me.
Maker's breath. What has happened here?
Grey Warden, please don't hurt my son. He is not responsible for what he does.
That's probably true. That means you could almost say the same thing about Loghain, too. Loghain himself. Because everybody that's ever known Loghain would say, this is the opposite of Loghain. Because it actually is. It's a fucking demon, or some kind of something. Either a blood mage of a lot of power, but you kill pretty much every blood mage in the game, and Loghain is not brought to within his senses until you actually beat his fucking ass to within an inch of his life. Then all of a sudden the screen goes black and he comes back and he's this honorable, noble, disciplined, peaceful person. Which is what he was before any of this happened. But when you see him from at Ostagar up to this point, he's selling slaves, he's creating civil war, he's sending child molesting, rapist, Democrat, woke assassins out to murder and create civil war everywhere in Ferelden. He's got a blood mage rise up and try to kill the mages and the Templars in one fell swoop by destroying the circle. And he makes sure that the dwarfs don't get into the fight, because as soon as they get a king on the throne, he sends an ambassador assassin to kill the king. And the king's poison, which takes a level 4 herbalism to cure, is intercepted by a taster of the king, one of the servants. Or else Haramon or Balin, whoever you put on the throne. I don't know why you put Balin on there, but I've heard arguments for that too, which means you would hate ICE and you fucking hate Trump and you love child molesters. I guess if that's your thing, then fuck you. But whatever. Whoever you put on the throne, Loghain sends an assassin to kill that person. It's the crows who send you to Orzammar to intercept that assassin, which if you don't do that, I'm guessing the dwarves eventually intercept that assassin or tell the ambassador to go about his merry way. And the other ambassador that you meet at the gates of the dwarves, Orzammar, what are they? Logain dick suckers. They pay Logain for the privilege of sucking Logain's dick. Logain's demonically possessed, controlled dick. Literally, that's what they are. Lap lickers. Butt wipers, if you want to call them that. Anyway, so, yeah. That's what the lore tells you. That's what the game tells you. That's what everything tells you. So whatever you've heard, it's bullshit. That's really what's going on. And Tegan is an example. And Flemeth tells you exactly what's going on with Logain. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Talking about the Darkspawn. What shadow is darker than the Darkspawn? The shadow that created them. What does Dumat's name mean? Dumat. The actual name means shadow. Men's hearts, Logain's heart, because you're talking about Logain, hold shadows, Dumat, darker than any Darkspawn. Who made the Darkspawn? Dumat did. The first of the archdemons. The first of the old gods gone completely corrupt. The source of Darkspawn. And basically the consequence of blood magic incarnate. Pride and sin and death and just the opposite of any good thing. There you go. Flemeth tells you, and now you're actually seeing it. And this is a small example. This is Tegan being controlled by a desire demon. Blood puppet, mind dominated, doing backflips in a court jester, going "Ah!" and just speaking babble and just being completely out of his mind. But he tells you after you beat him within an inch of his life that he knows what he was forced to do while he was a puppet. He just couldn't do anything about it. You know who else describes something like that? Anders describes being controlled by justice and being like terrorized, encaged in your own body while your body does things that you don't want to do. Although I think Anders is more evil than the demon Justice ever was. But whatever. So there's 3 witnesses to prove that that's exactly what's going on here.
No. Don't say that.
No, Winnett's still possessed. No, she's still possessed. I can show it to you in her skill tree. I can show it to you in her skill tree.
He summoned
Maybe not
his
right this
demon.
second, but
Connor was just
It'll be there.
trying to help his father.
It was a fair deal. Father is alive.
power for life.
Just as I
Blood
wanted.
for power. The exchange.
Now it's mine
Anders has it in Anders' skill tree.
And send
It's a
out
blood
armies
mage.
to conquer
It's a
the world.
possessed mage. A blood mage.
Nobody tells me what to do anymore.
Sacrifice your life for more power, quicker cooldowns, whatever. Wynn has the same thing.
Quiet, uncle. I warned you.
You can
what would happen if you
heal
kept
at a
shouting.
cost of your
Didn't
own
I?
life.
Yes.
That's
I
Wynn's
did.
deal with the
But
devil.
Let's keep things civil.
It's right there.
This
I
woman will have the
might
audience
be able to
she
show it to
seeks.
you right now, actually.
Tell us.
I don't let her use that
What have
ability
you come
because it
here for?
paralyzes her and makes her basically die. Where she can't do anything. It's like she force fields herself with death. So, well, I just came to stop
I'm
you.
not finished playing. You can't make me stop. I think it's trying to spoil my fun, Mother.
I don't think.
Of course you don't. Ever since you sent
Okay,
the knights
this
away,
is-
you do
she is
nothing
literally
but
woke
deprive me of my
incarnate.
fun. Frankly, it's
This
getting
cunt is
dull.
woke incarnate. I
crave
don't think.
excitement
I just
and
serve.
action.
I
This
serve
woman
evil
spoiled
trying
my
to make it
sport
not
by
evil.
saving that stupid
No,
village.
bitch, you're just evil and you're
And
serving
now
evil and it's
she'll
evil
repent.
and you're only doing evil. She's worried about her son while all the sons, all the sons and daughters,
Show them no mercy.
all the sons and daughters in the village have been murdered,
Merciful.
along with the mothers and fathers, have all been murdered.
Take
Isn't that-
the battle to them.
But she's only worried about herself and her fucking son, and she did everything to cause this in the first place, so.
All right.
Back away. You let I'm
Sounds better than later.
Okay, this is annoying.
I'll get on. Got it. I'm gonna get you a ladder so you can get off my back. Let us end this.
Just kill that motherfucker, would you please?
Got it. I'll get on. Sounds better than later. Got it.
Watch.
Tegan.
Now, Tegan has his own mind. You have to beat him within an inch of his life. Exactly like the Landsmeet. Exactly. With Logain. The exact
My
same
mind
thing.
is my own again.
Logain is just being controlled by a much more powerful
I would never have forgiven
demon,
myself
if
had
you will.
died.
Flemeth
That's
tells
why I
you
brought you
it's
here.
Dumont himself. Dumont himself
I am.
is literally
Please.
doing Logain like this,
Connor's
like a
not
like a
responsible
puppeteer,
for this.
a puppeteer on
Must
strings.
be some way we can save him.
And that's exactly how the game plays out, and everything supports that, and there's nothing to say that that's not exactly what's going on. There's not a single thing in the game that tells you that's not exactly what it is. But everything in the game tells you exactly what it is, because the game is designed to tell you exactly what it is. It's not that I'm right, I'm just acknowledging what the game says it is. Right? Okay, so, cool.
Yes.
You knew about this all along.
I didn't tell you.
You knew
because
you
I
were
believed
evil.
We could help him. I still
But you thought
do.
more evil
I'm
would
sorry,
fix
my
evil.
lady, but
That's
Connor
the
has
woke
become an
approach.
abomination. He's no longer your son.
You!
Remember, when you
You
hire
did
a
this to
communist in your
Connor.
government
I
to come in
didn't.
and solve
I
your
didn't
problems,
summon any demon.
they
I
create
told
more
you.
problems.
Please, if you'll let me help.
Minnesota,
Help!
New York,
You betrayed me! I
California.
brought you here to help my son, and in return you poisoned my husband?
This is the mage you spoke of? Didn't you say he was in the dungeon?
That you hired?
He was. I assumed the creatures had killed him by now. He must have been set free.
I thought he'd be useful to kill later. He's no more to blame than you are, bitch. How dare you! I assaulted ICE.
This man had
I assaulted
poisoned
a
my
federal
husband.
agent to protect
None
the
of this
child
would have happened.
molesters, and you
He
killed
should
me.
be executed.
Your secret
That's literally
made
the
his
argument
actions
here.
possible, Isolde.
But
I know what you must think of me, my lady. I took advantage of your fear. I'm sorry. I never knew it would come to this.
Well, I shan't turn
I
away
never
his
knew
hope.
what I
Not
made
yet.
happen would come to this.
Connor is truly an abomination.
I never knew what I made happen from start to finish.
Connor is still inside.
He's the
him, and
literal spiritual
sometimes he
equivalent
breaks
of a
through.
child molester. He opened Connor up to enough magic
just want
to
to
introduce
protect
Connor to the very demon
Isn't that what
that he's
started
got to
this?
deal with.
You hired the mage to teach Connor in secret, to protect him.
If they discovered Connor
That's
had
child
magic,
molestation.
they'd take him away. I thought
Very,
if
very
he learned
Democrat.
fast enough to hide
Child
it, then-
molestation, child butchery, child sacrifice, child blood drinking, all that. Very Democrat. I'm not saying there's not some Republicans involved too, because they're all pretty much cut from the same cloth. If it's a politician, it's Satan incarnate. Because they can't not be Satanists, or else they wouldn't ever be elected by their own, because you didn't elect these people. You didn't elect 80% of these people. These people were put in by a system that's been rigged from the start. Trump proved that. Whatever you think of Trump, one way or another, it doesn't really matter. Trump proved that the system is decided. So your votes stop meaning anything. I'm going to guess about 40 years ago. That's pretty well set into this generation, the second half of this generation. Yeah, about 40 years ago. Maybe a little longer, maybe a little bit less. Whatever. Close enough. Your votes stop mattering. I'm not saying don't go vote. Because your vote, when it's not voted like it should be, is still proven, and it just adds to the indictment on the evil people for doing their own thing and rigging this shit from the start, like that motherfucker in New Vegas that shoots you in the face. Yeah. Benny in the fancy clothes that you can't afford. Yeah. He's your government. And you are the courier. The poor little guy just trying to get by and just completely duped by the entire system. You get shot in the fucking head. But if you're a Christian, you get to survive. That's a pretty good analogy, isn't it? So I think Republican, Democrat, all that side, politics, whatever. Politics is just Satan's version of government. It doesn't govern anything. You don't see any justice. How many arrests have we seen? Now they put an attorney general in charge that says, we're not going to arrest anybody on the Epstein files. And if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. And I don't even know who appointed that motherfucker. I don't think it was Trump. So if somebody else appointed that thing and got rid of the person that was actually maybe trying to do something, then you got a real problem in America. Not as bad as the UK. Still a real problem. That was just like today or yesterday. Anyway, whatever. All right. So you had no idea the man you hired was an assassin. I don't really believe with that because you know what's crazy here is you say Logain hates Orlais, but Logain makes a deal with this Arlessa, and she's Orlesian. So any of y'all saying, Logain just hates Orlais so much that he does all this insane shit. Logain destroys Ferelden for Orlais because he hates Orlais. That's your argument? Okay, go protest ICE, and I hope ICE runs you over and you die because your stupidity is making the world a worse place to live in. And if you're raising children, those children are literally better off with CPS. Literally being sex trafficked by the Democrats, CPS, than being parented by you if you actually think that way. You are just that bad. So, getting back to a little bit of reason and common sense, why would Logain deal with... Well, we know why he'd deal with the Blood Mage because he's being controlled by Dumont. And so the whole front that we don't need Orlais to help us in any way, and you go to an Orlesian to make sure that you can murder the only person who has enough knights left to maybe give the Darkspawn a fight in Redcliffe, and you try to assassinate him too by hiring this motherfucker with her. So there's a deal there with Orlais proving to you that the whole Logain just hates fucking Orlais because I'm a fucking I'm more specially challenged than anybody that's ever been specially challenged. Yeah, that argument doesn't hold any water whatsoever. Because Logain actually made a deal with her and him to make sure this guy dies. Why? Because this is one of the last... He already murdered the Kuslans, who had probably the other biggest army besides Ferelden itself, with their knights and stuff. Redcliffe is about the only thing left. So what do? You cut off the head of the eagle instead of the head of the snake. You cut off the head of the eagle and hope that all the chicks die because they're not fed. And that's exactly what Logain tried to do here. Well, Dumont through Logain tried to do here with this Blood Mage and with this Orlesian fucking cunt who needs to die. And she will die here. She will die. At least she's kind of gangster about it. She's like, if I have to die so my son should live, at least I'll do that. I'll give her credit for that. She'll get some grace for that, I think. Because she may be 100% evil and corrupt like all Orlesians are. Because remember, when it comes to fighting, they surrender before they even have anybody to surrender to. Remember, the war against Iran started on Thursday. By Saturday, France was surrendering, and they didn't have anybody to surrender to. They were like courting people. Can I surrender to you? Can I surrender to you? Because I've never, ever won a fight. So, there you go. Real life example. Anyway, this bitch needs to die. Anyway, okay.
The demon in Connor needs to be destroyed. Killing Connor is the easiest way to do that, certainly. But there is another way. A mage could confront the demon in the Fade.
But you were playing Cyberpunk
himself.
What do you mean? Is the
Couple
demon
years
not
ago.
within Connor?
James?
Not physically.
Really
The
thought
demon
you were playing
puts Connor
Cyberpunk
in
a
the
couple
Fade
years ago.
while he dreamt and controls him from there.
Huh.
We can use the connection between them to find the demon.
You can enter the Fade, then? And kill the demon without hurting my boy?
No, but I can enable another mage to do so. It normally requires lyrium and several mages. But I have blood magic.
How's your buddy doing? James? Let us know, man.
Lyrium provides the power for the ritual, but I can take that power from someone's life energy. This ritual requires a lot of it, however. All of it, in fact.
So, someone
I gotta chill here for a second.
Someone must be sacrificed.
I've gotta chill here.
Yes, and then we send another mage
I can't
into
start
the
this
fade.
right now.
I can't enter because I'm doing the ritual. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
You can't do
It's
this
not
because you're
much of
doing
an
the
option.
ritual. This has to cost somebody's life. That's the deal you have with your demon because you're a blood mage. Remember, it's always got to cost more than it's worth. In this case, we kill two birds with one stone. And if Satan enjoys that, I don't really care. Because you're still doing a good thing. If you can kill two birds with one stone.
I agree. And I offer my own life. I will be the sacrifice.
What? Isolde, are you mad? Eamon would never allow this.
Good
Either
for
someone
Eamon.
kills
Get rid
my
of this
son
bitch.
to destroy that thing inside him, or I give my life so my son can live. To me, the answer is clear.
Blood magic.
That was pretty gangster. I'm not gonna lie. Now that's some pretty gangster shit. She caused it.
Can we even
She caused it.
trust this
She
Jowin
has to
do
pay
as
the
he
price.
promises?
Remember, all those
With an
children that
access
died
to
in
this
Redcliffe
power,
were because
and
of this
who
cunt
knows
right
what he
here
shall
trying to
do.
save her own son.
I am
Because she
uneasy.
didn't send him to the circle like
Connor
she was
is
supposed to do in the
blameless
first
in
place.
this.
Every time you don't
He
send
should
your
not
child
have
to
pay
the circle,
price.
It's up to
it
you,
results
my
in the
friend.
death of
You know more about such
multiple
things than I do,
innocent
and it's
people
your companion going
whose
into the
actual
fade.
children deserve
The
to live.
decision is yours.
People who deserve to live. It results in their death, the death of their children, the death of their society, and the death of the world if they can have their way. If it's woke, if it's Democrat, remember, it's always going to destroy the lives of anybody that it impacts. That's socialism, that's communism, that's Satanism, it's all the same shit. It's called liberal nowadays. It's the same shit. They want to do away with any good thing to make sure that everything's 100% evil and everything good is just erased. Starting with Jesus and the Word of God. Remember, when the 10 Commandments were taken out of school, it was just a couple minutes that we started having school shootings. That shit was never heard of before. You took the 10 Commandments out of school. You took Bible study out of school. That used to be regular curriculum in American schools at the beginning of this generation. Now we're at the generation where Jesus is erased from everything. You can't erase God out of his own creation. How foolish are you? How dude, if you're a Christian, it's horror funny. This is the blackest humor ever. It's like, I don't know. In the Millennium Man, somebody might have a chance that just can't possibly get it right. God doesn't want to destroy any of his children. Remember, there's no hell forever and ever. You are not going to sizzle like bacon for eternity, screaming for the enjoyment of God. Yeah, God doesn't want to hear that shit, and he never said that shit, and that's man-made religion, along with the rapture doctrine, man-made religion. Rapture doctrine is designed for you to worship Satan, just like you do your rock stars. You'll trample each other to death to get a signature from somebody who doesn't provide anything for the world, except some entertainment value, and it's questionable at best, whether they're a celebrity or a musician or whatever. Yeah, this world is not prepared for what's actually going to come. But so when you think that Satan is actually your rapture Jesus, and all of you are seriously ashamed, and when you realize that's not the case, you wish for a mountain to fall on you because of your shame, because you, I don't know, maybe did or didn't claim to be a churchgoer at any point in your life, but you're so biblically illiterate that you can't think for yourself, and you're just that fucking stupid. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be really interesting how that turns out. Maybe you'll get a chance, and I hope God gives you a chance. I don't think we're that far off. I think we're pretty late in this generation. I think the, what do you call it? When you're about to give birth to a new age, I think the birth pains are, the closer the contractions come, right? You're hearing news like almost every day now that is just like shocking. It's like, what the fuck is going on? What is the world doing? and you thought you were part of it, and you don't even, it's spiraling so fast, you can't even keep up with it. Even if you're a fucking Democrat, you can't keep up with it. The insanity is just ridiculous. They're letting out a fucking murdering child molester that just raped and ate, 13, 12-year-old girls, but he's protected under some immigrant act while all the girls were in the UK, and the parent said, I didn't like that, so the parent is going to prison for 50 years, and the immigrant is now getting a place in the seat of government? You see it spiraling, like going down the sewer drain, right? You see it. When have we ever seen anything like this? Like, the birth pains are like, now it's time for a new age. It's time to end this shit. Labor is painful. Like, this is hurtful. It's even several times a day now. It's not even every day. It's like, I don't know, morning and noon and evening, and while you're asleep every day. You're seeing this shit in places where this shit doesn't exist, given the laws in places where it's happening. Yet here you have third world fucking savages doing horrible, terrible things. Not just the sex trafficking and the child molestation and the child sacrifice and the cannibalism by your world leaders, but you're seeing this shit by the people that the world leaders are forcing upon you. And if you say anything about it, they're taking away your biblical rights, and they're taking away everything you have to support this shit, to make sure that all of you are defiled, and that somehow everybody's either aborted or perverted or corrupted, spiritually, morally, physically, genealogically. That's what's going on now. And if you just happen to be a human Christian that's a boy, they're going to cut your dick off or turn it inside out and force hormones on you and force you to be a girl. Does that sound like God would do any of that? He created you as a boy, you're a boy. Satan would call you a girl. So if your parents and your school and your political leaders and all the peer pressure tells you you're a girl when you got a dick, oh, that's Satan talking. That has nothing to do with God. And they say, well, you need to fly a rainbow flag too, and you need to protest this, and you need to hate Jesus, and you need to love Satan. That's going on in every school, every church, almost every church, 99% of the churches, every government, and every bank, every school. That's where we're at. This is not an accident. This is definitely by design. And this started in the Garden of Eden when Cain murdered Abel. Because Abel was a Christian and Cain is Satan's literally genealogical child. And his children have been doing this shit all along. Look at George Soros. Look at the commissioner of the NBA. Look at you could go in a lot of different directions. Lots of senators, lots of Kenites, lots of locusts. The world is fruitful before them, and when they're done with it, it's a waste and desolate, barren wasteland, filled with vultures and jackals eating on dead flesh. Nothing but dust and smoke and death. That's where we're at. Look at what they're doing to you right now. And if you acknowledge it, all of a sudden you're the bad guy, because they're literally doing it to you, and they're taking your taxpayers' dollars to fund it. What they're doing to you. And if you've had a child suffer under any of this shit, it doesn't go unanswered. Just so you know, it doesn't go unanswered. That will be avenged, and when we get to heaven, yeah, that's going to be forgotten, but not in the case of the people that did it. Oh no, it's going to be savage. The blood goes up to the horse's bridles. If you're riding a horse, the blood goes up here. Now remember, if you're riding on the earth, do you know how much blood it takes to go up to the horse's bridles? That's a lot. Yeah, they'll get theirs, and you'll get to see it. So just rest easy with that. And just know that, and just suffer along until that happens. This is what happened when people have free will, and most of those people are evil. Before they're even born, they're evil. Oh, that's not possible. Well, then you don't understand anything. If you don't understand, that's not only possible, like that's it, that's all. Serial killers aren't trained or raised. They are what they are. Child molesters aren't trained or raised. Rapists, homosexuals aren't trained or raised. They just are. Just so you know. They were like that before they were born. They were like that in the first Earth Age. That's why the first Earth Age was destroyed. Where do you think the dinosaurs went? Why do you think there's no evidence of any city or anything that was ever in God's original creation? You don't see any of it now. It was destroyed. There weren't mountains and oceans. It was a paradise. That's what Satan did to it. And you see what Satan and his children are doing to it now. It's the exact same thing. And at the end of the millennium, it's going to happen again. But that's going to be pretty short, and it's going to be pretty sweet, and it's going to be pretty quick. And then we can get back to the way things are supposed to be without any of those assholes, because we don't have to spend one more second in heaven with any of those pieces of shit. Because they're woke, because they're liberal, because they're satanic, because they fucking hate life, because they hate freedom, they hate truth, they hate goodness, they hate mercy, they hate compassion. They're all about the thug life. They're all about pimping. They're all about gangster. They're all about free rights for Satanists and kill all the Christians. All these motherfuckers, would you want to spend 1 second in heaven with them? And you won't have to. And if they don't like it, good. Because we don't have to hear about it. They won't be burning in hell forever and ever and ever and ever so we can hear their screams. You might feel like that would be a good thing now, sometimes, if you're a Christian. Get that out of your system. No, they'll be destroyed. They'll be blotted out to where God himself doesn't even remember them. That's kind of crazy because he's done all of this to try to save at least a couple of them. Maybe just one or two. Yeah, that's like really where we're at. And you actually see them full stop right there. Center stage. The stage they created. And man, they're dancing in their furry costumes and their fucking rainbow flags and just telling you, we're winning and yeah, our leaders are fucking eating children and shit and they're pretending to be conservative and yeah, we're just making sure that nobody gets arrested. And if you're a pedophile, you can walk free, and that's what they're telling you right now. Yeah, that's not going to last long. Their Jesus is coming, and they're going to worship him, and just don't do that. All right, so the rapture doesn't exist, and so there you have it. Satan comes in the 6th seal, 6th trump, 6th vial. Jesus comes at the 7th seal, 7th trump, and 7th vial. If you can count to 7, maybe you have a chance. All right, so anyway, let's get back to this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and think about this because I've got to go upstairs and go get some more
There's
XP
not much time before Connor
and, you know,
does something else.
stuff, and then I'll come back. I don't know why I just ran over there. That was weird. So now we'll come in here real quick.
We can really get that. Oh! Let's see what you're made of! Got it. Alright. Get on.
Right there.
Can I take you a ladder? Can you get off my back? This'll be fun.
Right there.
Let's make this quick. Acts like something wants to die. All right. Sounds better than me. Sounds
I really like having the knights with us. Dude, this could be nasty. Like if you get both of these ambushes, the suits of armor like do a lot of damage, and they take a lot of damage too. So if you get them on you like all at once, you can get wrecked like real quick. Wynn is not able at this point in the game where I'm at
wraps it up.
to be able to
It is done.
keep up with the damage that these friggin' suits of armor do. Your entire party can be wiped, like, instantly, really. Alright, so we can give this to Alistair. Right? That should do something.
This.
Nice.
This is my mother's amulet.
I like this one. I really like this.
But why isn't it broken? Where did you find it? Oh, the Arl study? Then he must have found the amulet after I threw it at the wall. And he repaired it and kept it. I don't understand. Why would he do that?
Because you mean more to him than you think? I mean, bro, like, that pretty much tells you everything, I think.
I guess you could be right.
I'm
never
right?
Really talked
I'm not right.
Much.
Common sense.
And then the way I left. Thank you. I mean it. I thought I'd lost this to my own stupidity. I'll need to talk to him about this if he recovers from his... When he recovers.
There you go, man.
I wish I'd had this a long time ago. Did you remember me mentioning it? Wow. Huh. I'm more used to people not really listening when I go on about things.
Sorry, what? Sorry, what? What'd you say?
Ho, ho, ho. See this gesture I'm making? Can you hear that?
Right. Sorry, did you say something? Just be a complete asshole about it. If you can't joke with your friends, then they're not your friends. Bro, I literally cannot have a friend that doesn't appreciate sarcasm. I don't think we can be friends. If you don't get sarcasm, if you don't get it, if the entire appeal of, like, sarcasm is the nectar of life. If you don't have it, or if you can't at least appreciate it and laugh about it, we're honestly just not cut from the same cloth. Like, goddamn it, man, you should be able to say some, like, real sarcastic shit, and your friends love you more for it. If they don't, they're not your friends. If my friends don't love me more for sarcasm, and I don't appreciate their sarcasm for being exactly what it is, and just in that nature, just in the spirit of sarcasm, and everything that embodies, then you're not my friend. I mean, we can be an acquaintance for whatever that's worth. Okay, fine, I guess. But, like, I mean, if you don't love sarcasm, man, and it should. Sarcasm, like, calls out Satan. Like, Satan isn't capable of sarcasm. Like, it's really not. Like real sarcasm. Like, actual, like, godly humor. Godly humor, making light of bad things. When Satan is trying very hard to make bad things, and everything's got to be politically correct, everything's got to be woke, everything's got to be just fucking he, they, them, this, that, whatever. I can be real sarcastic about he, they, them, this, that, her, this, whatever the fuck. I can be sarcastic as shit about it because I'm a Christian. If you can't understand sarcasm, you're my enemy, probably. We definitely can't be friends.
Looks like something wants to die.
Yeah, that's pretty cut and dry, really.
I'll get on it. All right.
Think with this build, we need some more paralysis runes. We need paralysis runes with this build. If Alistair can set up some of that shit, that'd be great.
Lifeless bastards. Now's better than later. Watch this horror as I rip you apart! I'm gonna get you a ladder so you can get off my back. I'm gonna get you a ladder so you can get off my back.
have any more of that, but definitely got some more XP to go.
Done now. Are you happy?
Am I happy? No. No, I'm actually not happy. Right? Okay, well, I got something for Wynn, and I've got something for Alistair. Like that, just remember to pass this shit out as it goes.
Oh, marvelous.
See, she loves that.
Is that for me?
He loves that.
Really?
It's always going to give him +5, no matter what. It's always going to be +5.
Wow.
Finally, I level up. Right? Like, I mean, goddamn, man. I feel like I've been playing for 2 days without leveling up once. I'm not saying that's what it is. It's just what it feels like.
Done. Anything else?
Nice. Ooh, arrow of filth. 37 arrows of filth. That's like 2 sovereigns, I think, bro. That's like 2 sovereigns. Yeah, no shit, right? That's worth a shit ton. And all these red steel greatswords, those are almost worth a sovereign, I think. At least a half a sovereign, at least. We need to see if Alistair can level up any of his gear. First, I'm going to level up myself. So our dex is getting enough to where, yeah, I need to be putting out a little bit more damage. Yeah, this is a little bit annoying that I'm not putting out a lot more damage than I am. I would kind of like to do that. Trap detection range. All right. Yeah, I don't do traps as a rogue. I don't have time for it. I just say go in and just kill everything. Stealth trap bullshit. Yeah, whatever. All right. What is this? Nature resistance. Nature resistance. Nature resistance. And physical resistance if I get 4 ranks of this. Well, by the time we get to the elves, okay, maybe. Detect the presence of nearby creatures below the character's own level. Oh, well, that helps too. All right. So yeah, I think I'm gonna invest in that for myself. Additional damage based on cunning. I don't really have any cunning. Really kind of don't. But I think I'm going to take Duelist on this. I seriously think I'm going to take Duelist. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll use bombs. I have bombs, and I always forget to use them. I've never really used bombs or poisons, ever. I always figured if my build is good enough, I don't have to. I just don't bother. It's like, maybe it's lazy. Call it lazy. Call it lazy min-maxing, I guess. That would probably actually be a good term for it. Additional damage based on cunning. Well, what is my cunning? Well, it's higher than my strength. Right? I mean, technically. need to get that for Liliana. But she's got she's got Bard right now, right? She's got Bard right now. At least I got a couple points of dex, so I'm doing like at least an extra 1 point of damage or some stupid shit like that. Maybe 2 points? Maybe. That's possible. Could be 2 points of damage. So there's a save. We just can't go past Connor right now. I just wanted to come up here and get this XP. I mean, I leveled up, so that was a good call. Okay, and the cool thing is this door locks again. I don't know if there's anything inside. I don't think the inside respawns, but this door locks again that you can pick. And yeah, I've only had to turn to Liliana like twice to pick a lock, because her cunning is a lot higher, and I have her with some lockpicking skills too. She starts with lockpicking skills, so that's like a starting thing. Okay, so I got that. Do I have to actually like physically go get Morgan in my party? I'm not sure. Right, no. Actually, I use bombs in the circle. Like when I'm dealing with like the Templars and the Desire Demons, that's like the hardest fights to me, period. Like it's harder than anything in the Fade or anything else. Is those bombs, when I'm in the Fade, I don't use them. Which I probably should, actually. You know, but anyway, I don't use them. But when I'm in like the circle itself going up towards the Fade, I'll use them just because I have them. And I could sell them, but I'm like, it's not going to be too long before I get like unlimited money. So might as well just go ahead and just, you know, make things a little bit easier, I guess. And you can only use it if you have poison skills anyway. You can't even use bombs if you don't have that. So you're only going to use that if you're a rogue. Or maybe Liliana. You can switch to Liliana and throw a couple bombs and then switch back to your character. You know, that type of shit, right? I guess. I don't know. I don't rely on that for the game. That's not, like, I don't spec into that. That's just extra money for me, to be honest. If my build can't handle it, I shouldn't be playing the game anyway. That's how I look at it. Do we have to actually go physically get Morgan? We might, right?
I will bring the castle under control. Speak to Isolde once you've made a decision. She will go mad otherwise.
I don't give a fuck about Isolde.
My son awaits your decision. Make it quickly. Thank you. If this will save my son, then I am not afraid.
Then who will go into the Fade? One of your companions?
Morgan.
Then we will wait here until you bring her back.
But do it quickly. There's not much time before Connor does something else.
Right, so we could have gone and done that shit upstairs anyway. I was just making sure. I was really just making sure.
I can't do that.
Fucking seriously? Why is that door locked? That Revenant gave us the business. You know what the business is? The biznaz? Getting your shit kicked in? Yeah, that Revenant gave us the business. No, that Revenant gave Wynn the business. Like, the business. Duh, with a D. The business. With Z's and shit. The business. Seriously. Just went straight, Oh, win. Oh, no. You're not going to be a mage on my watch. I'm a revenant. I'm guarding a mage. I'm guarding a fucking old god demon mage. I'm going to... You're dead. I don't care. I don't care who else I kill, but I'm going to kill you. If I die, fine. At least you die with me. That was literally the revenant's biznaz. Seriously. Let's go get Morgan. I guess.
I have been studying Mother's grimoire. Do you wish to hear what I have found?
Speaking of Morgan.
'Tis not what I expected. I had hoped for a collection of her spells, a map of the power that she commands. But this is not it.
They are fun to use. If you've got any grenades that you get from the Kakari Wilds, they're fun to use on the Ogre. They're actually useful on the Ogre. Like, they really actually are. 340. So it's 4. All right, I got a little while.
Disturbed? Yes, perhaps that is the right word. One thing in particular within her writings disturbs me.
I really like her voice
Here,
actress.
In great detail.
That voice matches that character. The way the character looks, the voice matches it. It's like very human. Right? Like, I mean, damn. If BioWare didn't ever do anything else right, they matched the voice actors with the character. And they designed the characters to look to match the voices. And I don't say that just because that's the voice I associate with this character. I say if I look at this character, I don't imagine her with a deeper voice or a higher voice. Like, that's literally perfect. How in the fuck did you even do that? How do you scout that type of shit? That is crazy. I've always said, man, I would really like to voice act a character in a video game. Just any character. I was like, all expenses paid? You don't have to pay me shit. Just let me break even. Where are you at? Where's your studio? What does it take for me to get there? You cover that. I'll just be there and hang around you guys and just be glad to be there. And as long as you cover my bills, I'll voice act a character for you. Like, honestly, I don't even care about credits. Like, who the fuck knows my real name anyway? And if you do, what does that matter? Nothing. I'm no celebrity, but you have to be a celebrity. You have to be at the big table. You have to be with the people that have sacrificed and molested and eaten the children and done all the shit to have the billions and trillions of dollars. You have to be selected by them. Maybe I don't want to voice act a video game at that. Maybe if there's some like 1A studio that doesn't really give a shit about Satan's asshole taking a shit on them and them feeling blessed because it does that with all of its woke fucking CEOs and whatever community leaders and government people and billionaires and whatever. I don't know. I'd just like to voice act a video game because I'm a gamer and I love video games. I would love to voice act a character in a video game and I don't even want credit for it. I would just love the opportunity to actually do that. What does it take to actually do that? I don't think I want to sell that part of me to get that opportunity. For what? Wheat crackers and water? Yeah, it doesn't work for me, man. I don't know. I'll never get that opportunity, but that was on my bucket list. I've been like, I would really like to voice act a character in a video game. I don't care if it's a fucking phone game. I really don't care. I would just really like to do that. That would be cool. Anyway, but they perfectly cast this voice actress with this character and the way this character looks, and it just works. It just makes it even better. I don't even know how you talent scout that shit. I guess the talent scouts are good enough to where they look at somebody like me and they say, you know what, go fuck yourself. You would do it for free, go fuck yourself anyway. I guess. Because you're not important enough. Because you're not the 1% that actually matters in the world. You're the 99% piece of shit that we use to make our money, and you need to go fucking fuck yourself. Oh, you're just a gamer? Go die in a fire. You don't even smoke dope and eat Doritos? Go die in a fire anyway. We'll let you know when we want your money, and outside of that, you can go fucking fuck off and die in a fire. That's the message I get from the video game industry. Am I wrong?
Not unless one also happens to be an ancient abomination.
I'm not bitter.
No.
At
Flemeth
all.
has raised many daughters over her long lifetime.
And if I was, maybe
There
I
are
should be.
stories of these many witches of the wilds throughout chastened legend, yet I have never seen a one, and always wondered why not. And now I know. They are all Flemeth. When her body becomes old and wizened, she raises a daughter.
Oh,
And when
she's
the
a
time is
she's
right,
a demon
she
that
takes her daughter's
possesses
body for her own.
a flesh body. Well, imagine if it's a spirit that possesses a flesh body, but it's not blood magic. Okay, imagine this. I'm just going to go ahead and put this shit in perspective to show that Flemeth really didn't want this to come across as, like, possession. This is welcoming a spirit that's benevolent. Like an actual benevolent spirit. Not like what Wynn got, a spirit that demands some sacrifice in return. Flemeth's spirit, which we find is, the elven goddess, if you will. Which I say it's the Chantry Andraste. But with the elves, it's Flemeth is Mythal. And that's actually proven to be a true thing. So Mythal is a blessing, not a possession. Mythal doesn't take over your thoughts. Mythal just exists in you. I don't know what religion that is pandering to. I don't really give a fuck. But whatever the case may be, Mythal's like hurt that Flemeth views this as like demonic possession. It's not. It's passing down knowledge from mother to daughter, if that will, if that be the thing. And she takes that upon herself of her own free will. At the pool of Mythal in Inquisition, she demands it. And if you don't give that to her, if you take it on yourself, she has a real problem with that. She's the one that's supposed to be a beneficiary. Now, if you become the beneficiary, I guess that passes on, but Morgan is who it was designed for. And that's the way she was raised, to think for herself, but still pass along that knowledge and that spirit onto a future generation. Right? And Mythal actually sacrifices herself at that point to Solus. And Solus is her lover, who she's dedicated her entire existence to for millennium, like thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And Solus turns out to be not so good. Solus is like the Democrat that pretended to be a Republican. Solus is like the Rhino Republican, the fucking traitor. The actual traitor to the country and the people. The most satanic thing that could actually happen ever. But Flemeth was smitten, so she gave up the spiritual future and the actual literal future of the entire universe to a motherfucker who's a fake-ass fucking Republican, but's actually a demon crap piece of shit. Which is how the game actually plays out. And then after Inquisition, we don't get anything because Faelgard just goes, well, if you're a boy, you need to turn your outie to an innie. And if you're a girl, you need to shut the fuck up and either be a dyke or be a sub or just shut the fuck up. And you need to have fucking scars where you removed your tits. And if you didn't, then you failed in Satan school, which is America. That's what Faelgard is. And that has nothing to do with Dragon Age whatsoever. So I guess we'll never hear the end of the story. But it really is kind of a cool story with Flemeth and Morgan in Inquisition. You see a side of Flemeth that you were led to believe that didn't exist, and it becomes the entire thing that was always the thing. And Flemeth's like, why would I expect her to be anything else? I raised her this way. I didn't raise her to be a bitch. I raised her to be, to stand up for herself. So there you go. That's Dragon Age lore. It's a shame we just got Failguard after over 10 years. What the fuck, man? The rainbow flag and Satan actually corrupted Dragon Age? I guess most of the Dragon Age developers were woke as fuck, because if you ever watched any of their tweets, then you knew that they were like literally Satan's asshole incarnate. And every time they talk, it was like Satan's asshole going into the mic. That's all it was, ever. It wasn't any more than that, ever. Every time they tried to promote Mass Effect and Dragon Age, and then they just stopped doing that altogether once Satan's asshole literally covered them in diarrhea to the point that they were dead. Spiritually dead motherfuckers that couldn't even sustain a video game studio that was on the mountaintop, and they committed suicide on purpose. It sucks that they did that. They followed Bethesda into the sewer pipe. And the sewer pipe is what? Satan's asshole diarrheaing all over the universe. This is what you get. It's a shame. We never get to hear the rest of the story because Satan, Democrats, woke people just make sure that you can't have any fun. And that sucks. That's why we'll never get a remaster of these games, ever. And if we do, it's going to be so bad. Unless it's done by a third party, licensed. No, that's just, I don't see that happening. I don't see a good thing like that happening these days at all, ever. I don't think Satan allows it. And Satan controls all these people. From top to bottom. And they don't even know it. Which is sad. But it's true.
There is only one possible response to this. Flemeth needs to die. I will not sit about like an empty sack waiting to be filled. Flemeth must be slain, and I need your help to do it.
Remember, she's gotten all this from a fake grimoire. Flemeth's true grimoire is back in her hut. This is the fake grimoire. And what does Flemeth say in Dragon Age 2? If my Morrigan has done what I think she's done, then I needed to come here. Because she's already basically murdered me. Flemeth knew this was coming. This is what she planned all along. This grimoire that Morrigan has is not her. It's not her grimoire. It's a fake. It's like the Ethiopian Bible. It has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. There you go.
Then what needs to be done is for you to go back to Flemeth's hut in the Kakari Wilds without me. If I am present when she is slain, I cannot be certain that she will not be able to possess my body right then. So I must remain at the camp.
It'd be cool if you could actually take
and
Morgan there.
Quickly.
But I guess that would fuck up the lore, right?
But it will take her years to find a new host and recover her power.
Because if she saw the truth now,
the thing I must
then you would never have Dragon Age Inquisition. You would never have Morgan
against her power
at the Orlesian court.
Is yours. I am grateful. The sooner this can be done, the sooner it will set my mind at ease.
She loves you for that, though. At least willing to help her, like at least be her friend. She's never like really had a friend, so that's kind of crazy. She's never had a friend ever.
I am impressed. My thanks.
She actually calls you a friend. The steel bracers, I think those go to those go to Ogren, don't they? I think they go to Ogren. True story. I really think they do. I hope this doesn't give me 1. Plus 1?
Kind.
Fucking plus 1. God damn it. I thought they might. I was hoping it'd be like plus 6. That would be awesome. You're sorry. That would be awesome. All right, let's see. Let's see. What is this? 2 armor? Okay, cool. Cool. Alright, that'll work. Let's see, where's Morgan at? I've got 2 things for her. Got these. Let's get rid of those. Get rid of those. Right, where's Wayne at? Man, that 12 defense. +5 mana. Damn. Either mana regen or... fuck that. I'm just going to give her this. Wow. Let's see, 6 defense and 25 stamina? Oh, shit, yeah. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. That works for me. Alright, so, yeah, we probably gotta level up. Nice. I don't need tactic slots. I need... I guess resistances? I guess. It's not going to have any cunning. That's fine. Nice. I'll give him something. It's 1.8. That's better. Actually, the steel bracers... No, I'm gonna give them to Ogren. I'm just gonna hang on to them. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Let's get rid of those, because nobody's actually using those. Wait, hold on a second. Actually, I take that back. It's lesser health potions. Yeah, that one. Yeah, sorry. I need those. Definitely need those. Okay. Damn. Nice. I got Mana Clash. Still haven't really used that. Probably need to go make some more. I mean, I got a shit ton of Death Root. That's crazy. I could totally make some more. Let's see what poisons do I actually have? Got acidic coating. I can make the stun. I can make the stun poisons. I can make a few of them. Right? Right? Couple of them. Just a few. So that should... It's not a stack, but it's definitely something. I'm gonna go refill. I'll be back. So, well, we need to take Morgan with us, so... Recent donation? What recent donation? What, from Jimmy? God, that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. Recent donation? Well, no, there's been no recent donation at all, so... I don't know. Not sure what you're referring to, but there hasn't been any, so I guess I could say that. Which is okay. Gone a long time without any of those, and still glad to... Oh, no, that wasn't recent. No, the thing below that was recent, and that was, oh man, that was, geez, I don't know, a long time ago. That was that was actually a couple years ago, and that was like conclusive over a period of time. That was over like about 2 years, but that's like everything combined, if you will, over a period of time. And yeah, it was like super stupid generous. The crazy thing is that like it kept us like even for a while. Like all we were doing was streaming. No, it was 100% like just crazy, right? I think not acknowledging that would be bad. Like, you know, that's not telling anybody else, hey, do this. But I don't know if there ever came a time where that was needed. I actually think it would happen. It happened before it was needed. I didn't make $1 off that. Like literally all of that was just to cover stuff, and it took place over a period of it was a really really rough period of. It was well over a year, and then when things kind of chilled out. And I started doing something else, he disappeared. He literally just disappeared. Nothing ever changed. The only thing that changed, he's just like, I'm here. Kind of like the good version of that dude in what's that Denzel? The Equalizer? Like the good version of that dude in The Equalizer. This is to say, I'm here. And then he was just here. For like a period of time, right? And then when things got better, he was like, I'm out. He didn't say anything. He just left. I don't know why. It was awesome. I mean, it was awesome while I was here, and it was awesome after he just said, okay, I did my job. I never asked for it. I literally never asked for it. It just happened. Like this was when like everything was failing, man. This was before the hurricane hit the island where I was living, and I lost the house, I lost the car, lost everything. And my shit is delivery driving. I'm a delivery driver. It's just what I'm good at. You ever seen the movie Baby Driver? Okay, when he takes a pizza job, that's me. It's just, I live for that. Like literally, if I just make enough to survive, I'm like literally happy. I'm like literally happy. And when that happened, he just disappeared. He like didn't say anything. He just disappeared. Or she. It could be a she. So I can't say for sure. But we had fun, and every once in a while he'd chat. And then shit would come up and he'd be like, okay, here's like $750. Out of nowhere. Like we weren't even talking about that. We were we were just streaming like we are right now. And it just happened. And like at the time, I'm not lying. At the time I was getting like red letters in the mail from the electric company. I wouldn't be able to stream. I was getting red letters in the mail from my internet/cable service, right? Like it was just terrible. and I wasn't really able to do anything but this, and it just kept us afloat. It wasn't anything extra. I mean, I would say you would call that your cup running over, right? When you get something that you don't deserve, but it just happens, and it happens out of nowhere. You didn't make it happen, it just happens. And it happened for a period of time until we got on our feet, and then all of a sudden he just left. I'm not kidding. He wasn't the only one. There was a couple others. There was a couple others that did basically the same thing. Like, I'd be like, well, I'm streaming now. There's really nothing much else to do. And now my fucking capture card has died and my Xbox One is fucking dying and whatever. Well, go get an Xbox X. Go get a new capture card. Go get a new monitor. Go get some tacos and go get some beer. We'll sit here and wait. And literally, I just went and did that one day. That was like almost $2,000 that I did not have. And so I went and got an Xbox Series X. I went and got a new capture card. I went and got a new monitor, the same monitor I'm looking at right now, right? Y'all see that? You see the wobble, right? And got some tacos and got some beer, and we came back and we streamed for like another 18 hours until I literally passed out. It was just a thing. It happened, and anybody here can co-sign if they were here when that happened. That was a couple of years ago. I'd say 2 or 3 years ago. No, it was absolutely fantastic. It was amazing. It's a blessing. You want to call it a miracle or whatever? I mean, I'm not going to call it not a miracle because it just came out of nowhere and it happened exactly when it was supposed to happen. And when I got back on my feet, it stopped happening and these people actually disappeared. I would love to say something, but I don't think they were asking for that. I think they were just here just to help exactly when they were needed. And that doesn't happen to anybody. I don't have a successful stream. I just stream because I love video games and I love people. I mean, I hate people sometimes, but I love people sometimes. Right? Yeah. It's just freaking awesome in every sense of the word. Crazy. But that's I did not set that number. That is not my made up shit. That's exactly what that person did for the stream over a period of time. And had that person not done that, I would probably not even be streaming right now. And it wasn't just him. There's another individual under fresh install. And the crazy thing is, the last time I talked to that person, it could have totally been a her. I don't know. I really don't know. And it doesn't really matter. See, that shit actually doesn't matter at all. Period. So let that be a life lesson to everybody in the universe today. But fresh install did a lot of that around the same period of time. Just out of nowhere. Like, just came out of nowhere and said, here's $300. What? We were playing, I think at the time we were playing the original Oblivion. The original Oblivion, we were just playing it and just streaming. Because the lights were still on and the internet was still up so I could stream. And so I'm going to stream until I just can't anymore. It was like literally at that point. It's like, why didn't you do something else? There was literally nothing else I could do at that time. Anyway, dude, it was crazy. And, yeah, and then once, it was like the same thing. Once everything, I was like, okay, well, I can do some shit now, right? It was a bad time that turned not so bad. And then I was like, well, I can do some shit, so I'm going to go do that. If I don't do that, then I don't deserve anything. If you don't work, you shouldn't eat. But I'm going to go work and go do this thing. And then all of a sudden, and he chatted all the time. See, T-Bone never, well, not never. T-Bone almost never. T-Bone probably said over the course of a year or more, maybe almost 2 years, T-Bone probably said 10 things. Wasn't here to talk, just hanging out on the stream. No real idea who he, she, they are. I'll just say that. Really have no real idea, except I'm super grateful. And I guess they were like, I'm not here for any kind of credit. I'm just here to help. You know, that type of shit. And if it comes out of nowhere and you just get that blessing just out of nowhere, you're like, okay, well, the devil's definitely not doing this. So I'm just going to assume God is just making this happen. And it's just awesome. And Fresh Install was kind of the same way, but Fresh Install talked all the time. Would come in and say, I am here. What's going on? Let's do things, right? And we would talk about games, then we'd talk about life, and we'd talk about shit, and it'd be like, I just moved, and I'm doing whatever, and the last place he moved, or she, or they, or whatever, the last place they moved is exactly kind of where I'm living right now. Haven't talked to them since. But yeah, and I don't know if they drop in every once in a while. I don't keep a track of who's in chat. I don't keep a track of who's in stream. I mean, honestly, the count, it said I've had 5 people in stream since I started the stream. I'm sure it's been more than that. Maybe now it's only like 2 people. I don't even know. Don't really care. I mean, I care about you people. I just don't care how many people are in the stream. I'm just streaming because, well, just because. And I wouldn't be streaming now if it weren't for stuff like that. So somebody like that just did that, and who knows who that person is? I don't. I mean, I know the Twitch. That's the Twitch handle. That's all I got. And I don't think they want any more than that. Or else they would have probably never done that in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's some pretty gangster shit right there. I don't even know what to say. So that's kind of the reason I put that there. That's not for anybody to say, oh, I need to give $10,000 to this person that I don't know. No, that's not even the point. The point is to respect that, because when I saw that number, I'm like, holy crap. I apparently needed a lot of help over a long period of time, and that person was here just to do that, and I never asked them to, and I never even knew who they were. And I think that's the way that person wants that to be. And I just respect the shit out of that. So there you go, man. There's your story, man. That's exactly what happened. And that's exactly how it happened. It wasn't, yeah, it was just crazy. I'm not using novice runes, so just go ahead and just...
Even the Templars will be impressed by the powers you will command.
Anyway. So yeah, yeah, that's what that is. So that's no, no, that's not a recent. That's over. I can't tell you exactly how long, but it was over a pretty long period of time. And that was an interesting time of streaming, because it came in waves. And when everything just got to that threshold of, I don't know if I can last 2 more days, then all of a sudden stuff would happen. And I'd be able to like pay this bill and do this and do that. I never made any money. I'm going to go ahead and say that again. I never made any money. But it happened exactly when it was supposed to happen. And it was weird because I didn't have to say anything. It just happened. So that's like extra cool. If you can't call that a blessing, then I don't know what you call it. Evidence of miracle? True. I mean, it's money related. It's not spiritual related. It's not moral. It's not ethical. I mean, maybe it's a little moral and ethical in some way, shape, or form, but it's not like, you know, some awe-inspiring thing that's going to save somebody type thing. Except me maybe. Just evidence that, okay, really cool shit can happen. And God's looking out for you. He's not going to give you extra, but you're going to have enough. Just do your thing, And then when it's time to do other things, just do that too. And as long as you do that too, we're all good. You know, that type of thing, that's a very Christian attitude. And there you have it, man. Oh, really? No shit? Oh, that's cool. I mean, for a stream this size, I don't know how many people it says are here. Streamlabs is not accurate. Streamlabs says there's been 5 viewers. Let's see, we're 2 hours and 45 minutes in. It says we've had 5 viewers since the 10-minute mark. Actually, at one point, I think it said we had like 12 people. So on YouTube, it might say we have 30 people here, which is cool. I'll speak to one person or 20 people or 2,000 people the same way. I don't think we do anything different now. We've been doing this for too long to not just keep it real and just do it right. There's a whole lot of other things that market people and use people as commodities. And I've just never been down with that. And that's the reason I've never succeeded on a monetary level. But nobody with a stream this size, with a community like this, has ever done the things that have happened here. Can we be real about that? This type of shit, and that's evidence. Like, actually, what Jack was actually asking about, that's actually evidence. No small stream has ever done that. Ever. Like, anywhere, ever. You don't really talk, and you don't really do anything, and you don't whatever, and you know, you don't really have a channel, and you don't really have anything. You just want to stream and hope somebody gives you $1 million and just makes you successful because you don't really give a fuck. Okay, so a stream that size, which is not anything we're about, but still. A stream like that, yeah, that's never really ever gonna happen, I don't think. And if you didn't try, I don't think you should have any success anyway. If you didn't at least try. Okay, so if you've got 2,000 videos on YouTube and you've been doing this shit for over a decade, even when it came to the time for your lights to get shut off and for you to be starving to death, and you're actually literally throwing ramen packets in the wintertime because you can't even keep your heater going. You're throwing ramen packets into water and using that for a day or two until you can go maybe throw some food together, right? We've been there. I've been there. Am I proud of it? I don't really give a fuck. I'm not proud or not proud. I don't really give a fuck. It's what happened, and it's where we were at. And then stuff happens, and then you get back on your feet, and you can just do your thing. Good or bad? Well, you should be blessed more than that. I don't know. Should you be blessed more than that? By the world? When you go against what the world is actually doing? No, they're gonna curse you. God just keeps you afloat. Keeps you afloat. You're doing everything that the world says is the wrong thing, but that the Bible says is the right thing, or you're at least trying to, and you're making mistakes every step of the way and not doing anything the way you're supposed to, according to the world. But you're still afloat, and I'm still streaming now. I've been canceled. I've been literally banned for life from Twitch for talking about Muslims in the UK raping little fucking girls. And if you say anything about it, you go to prison. So I got canceled for that in the US for talking about that for you people in the UK. That's exactly why I'm not streaming on Twitch right now. Apparently, YouTube hasn't banned me, so there you have it. But I'm not going to shy away from it, because the truth is the truth. Satan is evil. Jesus is good. If you don't like that, go fucking fuck yourself with the cactus until you're dead. So the world's a better place because you're not in it. That's it, that's all. If you don't like that, go fucking fuck yourself with the cactus twice and shut the fuck up because you're dying from a cactus in your asshole. So you can't talk anymore to make the world a worse place because you're in it. I can't be any more clear than that. That's it, that's all. What does that have to do with video games? Everything. I play RPGs. I don't play action games. I don't play pussy-ass fucking Call of Duty. I don't play fucking Mario Kart. I play RPGs where you have a synthesized world here where blood magic is as dark as demon craps. Democrats, demon craps. Satan's asshole taking a shit on humanity in human form in the visage of liberals. Don't like that? It's because it's true. So you're either on the wrong side of that line or you're on the right side of that line. True story. That's where we've always been. That's what we always will be. And until I'm literally dead, that's what we always will be. And guess what? We're still streaming here. And I will use every single RPG I play to enhance the scriptural truth of stuff and expose exactly what's going on in the world with no conspiracy, no nothing. Facts. I'm 100% cool with that. And I still haven't been canceled. Twitch canceled me. But you know what? We might be back on Twitch in the next month. Then what? I win? No. We win? No. Jesus wins? I hope so. Maybe I at least tried to do my job. I think that's fair. And if I just die trying, at least I tried. I love that. So that's what it's always been, and that's where we're at. So there you go. Anyway, 18 likes on a stream with supposedly 5 people. That's pretty cool, right? On the scale of people that have 200,000 viewers at a time, I'm supposed to compare myself to that, right? Well, the Bible says don't. Don't compare yourself to that. Compare yourself to yourself. Okay, well, what am I capable of doing? This is a whole lot better than I'm capable of doing, so we're doing all right, right? I'll just take that. It works with me. And I don't treat you guys like commodities, and I don't talk down to you guys. Well, if I talk down to you guys, it's certainly not on purpose. And if you think I do, well, if you're a Democrat, yeah, I'm definitely talking down to you, because go fuck yourself. But, yeah, because if you voted that way on purpose, you're literally a zombie. You're literally evil. You're evil incarnate. And if you don't like that, go fuck yourself twice. Go fuck yourself until you're dead so you can shut the fuck up and I don't have to hear from you again. That's what I would say to that. You're not supposed to say that to your viewers. I'm supposed to say that to viewers that I don't want here. And I don't want in my community, and I don't want you existing in the world whatsoever, but you're like the majority now, so that just makes everything an evil place to be, and you can't get it right, so unless you find Jesus, well, just fucking die and do the world a favor. That's pretty simple, right? You like that? Cool. If you like that, we can be friends. If you don't like that, go fuck yourself. Shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. Don't type out a paragraph and tell me how much you fucking hate me for telling you the truth, and then fucking press enter. Just leave. And that's the way we've always controlled the channel, and that's the way it's always been. That's why you don't have trolls here. And if a troll comes in and says one thing, it dies in a fire. And that's always been this community. So if you like it, cool. If you don't, leave. And that's cool too. And God bless you. I hope you get disciplined enough to fucking stop hating good and loving evil. I hope you do. I really actually, honestly, seriously hope you do. What does that have to do with video games? Everything, in my opinion. And if you don't like that, shut the fuck up. Leave. You're supposed to be gathering viewers and selling out and being artificial and plastic and being woke and politically correct and being all this stuff and being non-intrusive and being non-offensive, and I'm supposed to do what? I'm pretty sure the Declaration of my independence didn't say I have to do any of that. I'm pretty sure it said I can say what the fuck I want, and if you don't like it, get the fuck on. And if you really want to fight about it, I win. That's what I understand it as meaning. You can just fuck off in the UK and just go get raped by fucking Muslim pedophile worshipping pieces of shit that blow themselves up along with innocent people as long as people don't fight back. If that's what you want to go worship, yeah, you have no place here. Once again, that's why I got kicked off Twitch. That's exactly why. It was hate speech. I hated what? I hated Satan. Well, I'm a Christian. Of course I'm supposed to. God, Jesus, hated Esau, which eventually became Rush, which is Russia, and the fucking communists, of course, I'm gonna hate fucking evil too. And if I don't, then yeah. But sometimes when I stumble carrying my cross, Jesus gives me the strength of 1,000 men. And I don't deserve it. But, well, he's pretty gangster like that. And so that's the way that works. So there you go, man. That's the entire story. I'm not gonna say I don't care what you think about it, but if you have an opinion that differs, well, go fucking cry to your mama. Just seriously, go cry to your mama. I really don't care. I mean,
Indeed.
no, I actually don't care. I actually don't care. That's a true story. I don't care. You should care about me. No, I don't. No, I don't. If you have a problem with any of that, I don't care. And if I do, then I need to go kill myself with a cactus in my ass, which I'm not going to do. So, yeah. Maybe somebody would like that, but yeah, it's not going to happen. Anyway, enough said. I appreciate y'all listening, though. It was really good to talk about that. To, like, really just cover all the bases. Hit like 5 home runs and just say, what you going to do about that? Just be all like Aaron Judge about this shit. Yeah, I'm just going to hit 5 home runs and just go F yourself. Yeah, that's some pretty gangster stuff. Be like Brett Favre. I'm going to throw 18 touchdowns on a broken ankle with a broken back on IV in a wheelchair. I'm still going to throw 18 touchdowns and for 4,000 yards with a broken arm. With a broken right arm. I'm throwing with right. Yeah, I'm still going to do that. Dude, it's why I'm a Green Bay fan, by the way, too. It's just, I don't really have anything for the NFL anymore. Or the, dude, has anybody watched the NBA in the last 5 years? Like, with any, like, passion? Even if you love basketball, isn't it kind of like gritting your teeth now? You're just like, God damn, it's LeBron, Queen James, and the flop BA. It's the new WNBA that's like, if you're not down with cutting your dick off, then you need to be canceled. Like, NBA? What the LGBTQW NBA now? What the fuck is that? That just goes with exactly what I've been saying for like the last literally 30 minutes. Anyway, let me go ahead and save this real quick. We haven't actually made a whole lot of hard saves here recently, which is awesome. All right, so now I think we have to go to the world map. Let me go back here real quick. Let's send Morgan into the Fade, because her response when you send her into the Fade is like, well, it's nice to be your slave and puppet. Thanks for letting me know. That's basically exactly what she says. All right, hold on a second. Let me see something real quick. Okay, we got these. Okay, we got everything. Morgan's cool as shit. All right, so we need Mana Clash. You know what? I can just go ahead and do this, but it doesn't do anything for me. Let's see. All right, so let's get Mana Clash. She's got it now. She's gonna be gangster as shit with Mana Clash because she's got a huge magic stat. Yeah, I mean, look, Queen James is just a flop artist trying to amass stats. I'll just say this, man. You know what? You take LeBron James and you take the GOAT dispute. The only reason there's a dispute is because LeBron James says, that's when I realized I was the greatest. After what, flopping and quitting in the finals? like several times. Quit in the finals in Miami. Quit in the finals with Cleveland. And then the only reason you won the finals, it's when I won the finals in Cleveland that I realized I was the GOAT. Michael Jordan, if Michael Jordan had said that, Michael Jordan would kill himself 30 seconds after saying that. That's the only thing that would make Michael Jordan kill himself. To be such a bitch that you have to say that for yourself. He Michael Jordan doesn't even call himself the best. Michael Jordan is like sixth in his power rankings. He's got like several people before him in his own estimation. And he's literally the greatest of all time. Like in every sense of the word. Every single stat. Oh, but LeBron James done this in the exact same number of games, the first 1,024 games. Do you know that Michael Jordan led LeBron as not only Defensive Player of the Year several times, more than LeBron ever had, but outscored LeBron by 5,000 points in his first 1,024 games. I don't even want to talk about anything else. Michael Jordan willed wins in the finals 3 times in a row, retired, came back and won it 3 more times in a row, and won Defensive Player of the Year like at least 4 out of those 6 seasons. Maybe 5, but it's at least 4. Queen James flops and cries like a bitch. Remember, if Queen James had suffered what Jordan did by the Detroit Pistons, who said, if you get into the paint, you wind up on the ground. If a Detroit Piston did not put Michael Jordan on the ground in the paint, then they were pulled and put on the bench. And somebody else was put in there to commit flagrant fouls. What you would call ejection fouls now. And after a season of that, Michael Jordan went and lifted some weights and said, I'm not going to cry to the refs. I'm not going to put on a diaper and be a fucking woman when I'm supposed to be a man. I'm not going to be a bitch. I'm not going to make the WNBA look like the NBA. I'm going to come back and beat their fucking ass. And so when he got in the paint, when he was like several pounds heavier and his fucking arms looked like this because he worked the entire offseason to face the Detroit Pistons again, and when they tried to put him on the ground, he punched the fucking ball in their bitch ass fucking face and then fucking yelled in their face and told them to suck his dick. That's what a man does. What does Queen James do? He flops and cries and says, the refs aren't protecting me. How the fuck are you the GOAT? You're a fucking bitch. LeBron James is a bitch. It can't even speak English. Michael Jordan can speak English. LeBron James cannot speak English. When that one reporter said, just shut the fuck up and dribble, the motherfucker can't even dribble. It travels every other time and doesn't ever get called. It flops. It's a pussy. LeBron James is a fucking pussy. And that's a derogatory term for women because pussy is a good thing. LeBron James is the bad kind of pussy. It's a fucking bitch. It's a coward. It's a piece of shit. It's a quitter. It's a fucking hoe with physical stats. Remember, if Michael Jordan had, or Kobe Bryant, or fucking shit, Larry Bird, or anybody had LeBron James' frame and physicality and natural physical gifts, do you understand what they would have done? Do you understand what Michael Jordan would have done if he had LeBron James' physique and frame? I'm not going to say work ethic, because Michael Jordan's work ethic was 1 billion times what LeBron James would be ever if LeBron James' work ethics was 100 times better than what it was. Michael Jordan's work ethics was still 1 billion times greater than that. Period. In the conversation. He never quit. He even played with the flu. If fucking LeBron James thinks that he might get a sniffle next week, he's going to sit out 6 games and say, we should only play certain games of the year, and all these people paying $1,000 per ticket, they come to see me, well, they're just going to have to suck it because I'm not even playing. That's LeBron James. That's Queen James. True story. Go look it up for yourself. That fucking piece of shit, if it died, it would do the world a favor. If it died, like literally was dead, if LeBron James was dead tomorrow, we could end this fucking bullshit and that thing would stop being promotional of everything that's bad in the world. From a celebrity standpoint. That thing is no better than Tom Hanks. LeBron James is the basketball Tom Hanks, who eats fucking kids and sacrifices children. It's fucking pedophile. LeBron James is worse than that from a celebrity standpoint. Now that's a fact. Put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it. Those aren't strong words, it's just common sense. It's just like, it's like 2 + 2 is 4. It's literally that simple.
I will bring the castle under control. Speak to Isolde.
My son awaits your
Anyway.
decision. Make it quickly.
All right, my rant is over, but I'll stand by everything I just said. Fucking satanic, pussy ass, gender confused piece of fucking flopping, coward, quitting shit is calling itself the GOAT. Well, yeah, you're the GOAT in Satan's world. He's the GOAT for Democrats, I guess. For Democrat basketball, yeah, LeBron James is the GOAT. Queen James is the GOAT for Democrats who don't even know what a man is or know what a woman is. And they fucking pervert our children accordingly. Remember, LeBron James supports the same party that puts trans fucking queens in middle school and elementary school libraries without the parents' knowledge and without the parents' permission to do helicopter fucking dick queen stunts. Helicopter penis pretending to be a girl and dressed like a girl with makeup in fucking libraries and schools, a helicopter in front of your child's face, looking at a penis helicopter and saying, this is a woman, and you should be a woman too, to your little boy. Or you should just fucking sew on an Audi to your little girl. That's what the fuck they're doing. I'm not making that up. That's what LeBron James stands for. Anyway.
Thank you. If this will save my son, then I am not afraid.
Then who will go into the Fade?
As long as
One of
Jowan
your
gets his
companions?
sacrifice, as long as Jowan gets a scapegoat, like a Democrat judge, as long as you make an innocent Christian pay the price, we'll let this rapist, child molester immigrant go free and give him $5,000 a month for the next 6 years. Yeah, Oh, and by the way, if you're a Christian American that's actually short on money and you apply for food stamps, you need 17,000 different versions of documentation, or you don't get it. But if you're an illegal immigrant that's not an American at all and you're just here to rape white girls in the West and fucking subvert their entire fucking everything and create some, I don't know, some pedophile centers under the Muslim flag, then guess what? You get $5,000 a month for free. No questions asked. But if you're an American trying to get food stamps, you got to have 19 different forms of documentation. And once you provide those, they cancel your food stamps or don't give them to you because you needed 18 forms of documentation that they didn't even tell you that you needed. That's a fact. I'm speaking from personal experience. There you go. Crazy, right? Isn't that crazy? Imagine that.
I notice you do not ask me first. No matter, I will go, as I am your,
willing slave.
You have my eternal gratitude. May the Maker go with you, madam.
I certainly hope not. That would be rather distracting.
Then let's get this started.
I hope that shit hurt too, bitch. Isn't democracy beautiful? Remember, America is not a democracy. America is a union. It was never a democracy in the first place. That's why the Satanists call themselves Democrats. It was never a democracy ever. Ever.
Connor? I can hear you. I'm coming.
That is not how this country was founded.
Father.
This country is a union.
Where are you? I don't
Certain
understand.
immutable laws.
It's so cold. I want to go home.
Is anyone out there? Hello?
All right, well, let's see if Morgan can do her shit. You know what? Actually, I don't. Well, actually, I'm controlling her, so I guess it doesn't really matter. She's got 40 magic though. That's a pretty cool stat at like what, level 11, 12? Level 11? Just 11? So we need to get to... Oh. Guess we need to get to level 12. Once we get to level 12, we can make unlimited money. Once you have Master Herbalism, you can make potent lyrium potions. Potent lyrium potions sell for several times more than what you can make them for. So you can make like each one for like half a sovereign and sell them for like a sovereign and a half. You make basically a sovereign on each one, right? So once I get this, then I just go make unlimited money. I don't ever do that until I've got the ability to do it. This gives us the ability to do it. Notice I haven't gone to double sell shit with Bodan so that I can get like, 1,000 sovereigns or, 2,000 sovereigns. I don't do that until I've got this. Then I have the ability to go make 2,000 sovereigns. It takes a while. So then what I do, once I've got Morgan able to do this, then I go double sell to a merchant and get my 2,000 sovereigns in 30 minutes instead of 3 or 4 or 5 hours. But it's the same thing. But I do not ever do it before I have the ability to do it. That's the point. That's the point.
Who are you? Are you the one that made Father ill? Tell me now.
Fool! You won't get near her. I won't let you.
Oh. Purple hoofed booby demon. How's a child supposed to do anything about this struggle in his mind, right?
I see. As you wish. I shall do it. I see.
Nice.
You're the one making Father sick. Why do you keep hurting me? Why are you trying to stop me?
Shut the fuck up.
Trespasser! I will drive you out!
As you wish. Very well. Hey, I shall do it. As you wish.
Yeah, we might have a problem on the final boss. Yeah, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna get wrecked like real quick.
I'll help him.
Yeah.
You can't stop me.
We got regen. We do not have regen. Maybe I could hold on a second. Let's try that.
Curse this blasted gun! Why can I see nothing?
Yeah, we might actually have a problem coming up. Like, seriously. We can do
Father
this one.
wonders, seeking me. trapped within my web. All is as it should be. Why must you interfere? No. It is time for you to go now. Do not persist, or things will go very badly for you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess theoretically it should.
Tear them apart!
Alright, we can try. It should, right?
So be it. Run while you can. I shall do it.
If it connects. Well, it increases the damage from frost. I know that. It at least does that. I mean, I guess if Mana Clash actually works, but I've tried it, what, 2-3 times now, and it hasn't worked even once, so I guess there's that. Yeah, we got this. All right, so yeah, this is the final thing. We can see. Don't really need that, so let's put this in here. Save one more time. It's a good question. I mean, I theoretically it should. I mean, I kind of rely on that when I play a Blood Mage, but I've got the AoE hex, right? So it's like everybody in that range. So like you pick on like an elite or boss enemy, and then everybody around that boss enemy gets affected, and then you just drop the hammer on them. But you're probably dropping like Blood Wound on them too. So they're paralyzed. Then you drop Mana Clash if there's a mage in there. Like in this case, the Desire Demon should be a mage. It should be. But we failed twice on attack checks, so I don't know. We'll keep trying.
Well.
I mean,
No more illusions.
I think it should, because it's spirit damage. It should increase the spirit damage. Even though it's not AoE, it should still increase the spirit damage.
It is here I am most powerful.
And I wish I had regeneration, because I could cast that on myself and have like healing. Because when she freezes me, when she curses me, when she knocks me down, I can't do anything about it. I can't heal during those times, and she can just destroy Morgan, just like that.
Do you take me for a fool? I know better than to bargain with your kind.
Alas, that is sad. Very well then. If you wish a battle, you will have.
I can die here a couple times. I can. I see that happen. I mean, if we get lucky.
As you wish.
Yeah, now I've got horror, right?
Oh.
20,000 things that I can't do anything about.
I shall do it.
Cross me and you shall pay!
Very well.
Let us end this!
As you wish, so be it. I see. As you wish.
I am in danger! Do something!
I shall do it. I shall do it. I see. I shall do it.
Oh, this should be good.
Very well. So be it.
If it is a battle, cross me and you shall pay! Give that.
I see.
Invincible. She's literally invincible for like 30 fucking minutes. She's invincible.
Run while you can.
As you wish.
You will be fine!
I shall do it. As you wish. Very well. I see. Very well. As
She's
you wish.
fucking invincible.
I shall do it. So be it. I see. I shall do it. Very well. As you wish. Very well. I shall do it. So be it.
Wipe them out!
Got it. I win. I win. Fucking cunt. Cheating ass cunt. What a cheating cunt. A cunt fucking cheating cunt fucking cunt. Well, the Democrats are controlled by demons. Devils. Demons don't exist, but devils do. Satanic spirits definitely control these people. They would never say or do anything that they do if it weren't for, like, literally being possessed. Some exorcist level shit. These are all the people that had to die because this cunt, this fucking satanic cunt, was trying to keep her possessed ass fucking child out of the circle to maybe give the child some hope. Maybe put that child in conversion therapy to stop it from being a he, she, they, them.
Connor is his old self.
Transmogrified fucking something, turning an outie to an innie and innie to an outie. Maybe you could just send that shit to conversion therapy and hope to give it some chance. And everybody coming out of the circle, they're all fucking Democrats too.
Should Eamon recover?
Crazy. You send them to church, they still come out a fucking pedophile, freaky, sodomite, fucking rainbow flag, worshipping satanic motherfucker that just wants evil to happen in the world. And they just hate anything good. They just hate anything good. Imagine that.
We will hold him for Eamon to decide his fate. If he doesn't recover, Jowan's fate is sealed. What do you think?
Oh, and if you say I'm wrong, fuck yourself with the cactus. I'm just expressing simple values and basic truths. And if you can't accept that, then, yeah, you're a really fucked up human being. You are the problem. You're definitely not part of the solution. Satan thinks it's a solution to make sure that there's no good thing ever, anywhere. And by the way, we can't have any fun either. You know, like, you know, guns and trucks and barbecue and, you know, stuff. Oh, and gas vehicles that have, like, you know, V12s and shit, you know, and are like this high off the ground. Yeah. Human beings, what human beings do. Yeah. Fuck that. Can't have that. Woke people need electric cars, even though electric cars destroy the earth in one day as much as fossil fuels destroy the earth in 1,000 years. One day of an electric vehicle destroys the world and everything about the world in one day more than... Oh, and by the way, China and India produce more fossil... No, let's just... More toxic shit into the environment in one day than the entire rest of the world combined in a year. That's a fact. India and China produce more shit into the environment. But nobody says anything about China because guess what? They gave you TikTok. And that tells you to vote for Democrats because you're a fucking brainwashed, zombie, Satanist, fucking possessed human being. And you have no idea what the fuck you even think. You're just a controlled, fucking zombie-file robot. Crazy, right? The communists that tell you the green standard should take all the money from the West are the same ones putting more shit into the atmosphere every day than the entire rest of the world does in a year. So your fucking green scam, fucking... Oh, by the way, global warming was supposed to destroy the planet almost 20 years ago. Yeah, yes. Yeah, okay. So if you're woke, fuck you with a cactus until you're dead. So that the world's a better place because you're not in it. If you exist, you suck, and you make the world bad because you exist. You need to be executed because you exist. You should have been aborted. But no, you only stand for aborting people that shouldn't be aborted. But you should have been aborted. And because you exist, the world sucks. Fuck you. That's the gospel, by the way. That's a very Christian point of view. Because you are everything evil in this world, and you don't even know it. Well, and if you do know it, it's even more evil. That's the crazy part, right? Anyway,
Executed? Are you certain?
Am I certain? Oh, shit. I'm certain that 2 + 2 is 4. But what am I more certain about? That this fucking Democrat should be executed because it exists. And it caused all of this shit. And it will never admit it. But it needs to die. Oh, man, it needs to be executed. Yes, sir.
I see.
I'm gonna do it my goddamn self.
Very well. If you wish to be his executioner, I cannot deny you that request.
And if you tried to, I would kill you too.
As before.
Just for stopping me from doing the right thing.
Of his death up to you.
Okay, so if you're a white woman and you're about to be raped
whatever
by
the
a
demon
gang
did to my brother, it seems to have spared his life.
of immigrants
but he remains
or
comatose. We cannot
savages
wait him. As
or
odd as it
whatever,
may seem, the quest is
and you
sent the
slit
knights
all
on
of their
may be our
fucking
only
throats.
hope. We must
God bless you,
find
girl.
the urn of sacred ashes.
Yeah, I will personally come to your defense for slitting everything, killing every single one of them for trying to rape you and steal your innocence and your right to life because the Democrats put them in your society to destroy your innocence and destroy your life and destroy your family and destroy any hope that you can have an innocent child in the future. Yes, if you slit every single one of their throats, I will give my entire life to your legal defense. True story. Kill every single one of the motherfuckers when they try to commit a crime upon your person that is worthy of death according to the scripture. If you try to rape somebody, if you do rape somebody, you need to die. If you're a child molester, you need to die. If you murder somebody, you need to die. If you're a pimp, you need to die. If you're a traitor, you need to die. If you're a kidnapper, sex trafficker, you need to die. Die. And the world's a better place because you're not in it. And the people who want to do that shit and destroy the lives of innocent people, they're not in the world anymore. That's what God said. That's it. That's all. That never changed. So there you have it. That's it. That's all. So if you're a woman and you think you're about defend yourself with here's an Apocalypse Now reference. If you haven't seen Apocalypse Now, especially if you're female, I would strongly recommend you go watch that and get a life lesson. Apocalypse Now. Defend yourself with extreme prejudice. Christians will back you on that. Satanists will hate you for it because you did the right thing and you took out some of their soldiers trying to destroy the world. Yeah. Defend yourself with extreme prejudice. Any Southern American woman knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's why they're fucking hot, packed, and ready. God bless Southern American women. They know how to use guns better than most of the men. Man. Most beautiful thing on earth. If you want to know what it takes to save you from your pansy pussy fucking life, a Southern American woman that has a firearm, yeah, they will save you. And they will sympathize that you're such a fucking pussy that you couldn't save yourself. And you know what? They'll be so classy about it that they will say, "Oh, goodness, Sugar Plum, I'm just glad I could be here in your time of need. Because you're such a fucking bitch that you can't defend yourself against Satan and this bullshit." True story. Southern American women. That's like sugar plums and cherry Kool-Aid, man. They're so fucking amazing. Oh, man. Yeah, true story. Anyway, all right, sorry. No, I'm not sorry, actually. I'm proud of that one. I love that shit. All right, I will seek out this urn. Let's see. Hold on a second. All right.
I would rather not rely on superstition.
I don't remember where I was at in the game because I'm off on a tangent now.
And I am desperate.
Reminiscing about stuff.
Brother Genetivi. He has been trying to discover the urn's location for several years now. The knights were unable to locate him, but perhaps you can do better than they. I must go to the hall and begin rebuilding.
He's in Denerim.
I wish you luck, and may the Maker go with you.
Okay, so you don't have to fight. The First Blight, Chapter 2. Right, Honor. Well, Connor's not possessed. I love it if you play a mage, you actually get to deal with Connor's demon, and you can say, not only leave the boy alone, but fuck off, give me my reward, and I won't destroy you right now. You get to turn a Democrat into a bitch. Why? Because you have the truth. If you want to know how to destroy a Democrat, I mean, guns and cars and shit work good enough because they will kill themselves on purpose. Remember, Democrats, woke people, ICE protesters, they're suicidal. They really want to die because their life is so completely meaningless that if you gave their life meaning, it would still be meaningless. It's literally satanic. They are literally possessed. And so when a demon possesses a vessel, and actually Dragon Age will tell you this, but in real life, if a devil possesses a vessel, like a human being, like a Democrat, they like no longer have anything. Demons can only prey upon the dead, spiritually dead. If you're a Christian, you're invincible to this type of spirit, right? And if you're a Christian, you know that. If you don't know that as a Christian, then you're actually susceptible to that type of spirit, and you need to either study and get right or get gone. And if you get gone, you probably believe in the rapture. And if you believe in the rapture, you are the Satanist that the devil is looking for. Because you're that biblically illiterate, you have no armor, you have no weapons to fight with. But the fight is a spiritual one. Any Christian actually knows this. An actual Christian. Everybody else is in really, 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 really bad shape. I think enough said. Yeah, there you go. Either get right or get gone. And that's on you. That's your choice.
You return. Might you have news? Unchanged, I'm afraid. We've tried more magical healing, but nothing works. As time passes, I become more and more convinced the urn might be our only hope. Yes, but they are returning slowly. No doubt the war's progress, as well as the Darkspawns, hinders many of them. Then I must resume my duties. The civil war continues, and Loghain is no doubt angered Redcliffe has not been disabled. Good luck, my lady.
Loghain is no doubt angered that Redcliffe has not been disabled. The woke are no doubt angered that Trump has not been completely disabled. This is almost 20 years ago. Kind of crazy how politically correct this actually is. True story?
It is good you resolve this demon business. Now we must either revive the Arl or allow Bantegan to take his place.
True story. I guess you could technically not do the Temple of Sacred Ashes. I guess you could technically just not do that and just find some way to do this without that. I don't know. I mean, I still feel like that's a necessary part of the game, right? I think it is. See, so now from here, I did the circle, I did Redcliffe, and now I guess the next thing is Temple of Sacred Ashes, right? Haven, whatever. Right? Alright, hold on a second. Let me go ahead and make a save here. I think I go to Orzammar real quick. I want to get... Let's see, what time is it? Oh, fuck, it's 5 in the morning. Oh, shit. I gotta... Man, I literally have to get up here. Yeah, probably gotta get some sleep. Let's go to, alright, so okay, that's cool. Let's go to Orzammar and do this because, oh wait, holy shit, never mind. Let's go to the camp so I can get, Wynn back in the party.
Now that we're back at the camp, I want to talk about what happened at Redcliffe.
So, I think we go to Orzammar and start some stuff. I just don't know, I guess we have to level up one more time, to be honest.
I just wanted to thank you. You went out of your way to save the Isle's family, and you did it. Even though it would have been easier not to. There's been so much death and destruction.
But Alistair's like, fuck that Elysian bitch that made my life miserable when I was young, and she made our life miserable later because she supported a fucking mage child that Ferelden didn't deserve. I mean, it's not Connor's fault though. Like is it Connor's fault that he was born that way? No. But does it lessen the danger to innocent people that deserve to live without the threat of Connor? I mean, Connor destroyed a lot of men and women that were parents, and a lot of children that were children to men and women that were parents. Connor destroyed a lot of that shit. A lot of innocent people were murdered by a fucking mage. And Connor isn't even like a full-blown blood mage yet, but he almost destroyed an entire village and all of Eamon's knights, which is exactly what Loghain is after, because Loghain is being controlled by Dumont, which is all fucking Democrats. Like, literally that's how they work, and that's what they do, and we just saw the result of that. And as long as a bunch of innocents die, if the news doesn't tell you that they died, then you're not supposed to think about it. I think that says everything. You can figure out the rest for yourself. And if you can't, well then, why do you even exist? Maybe if you were dead, the world would be a better place? Yeah, if you want to argue with me on that one, maybe you're on the wrong side of the line. And if you didn't exist, the world would be a better place. Just saying. Okay, there you have it. Right is right, and then you have everything else. True is true, and then you have everything else. Good is good, and then you have everything else. Morals and ethics are based on right. Democrats are wrong. Right is right, left is wrong. It's just that simple. Like, that line is, like, clear in the sand. Democrats do everything to support child molesters, murderers, pedophiles, kidnappers, sex traffickers, traitors. They do everything they can to support that and defend that. And if you do anything against it, they hate you for it, and they do everything they can to stop you from doing anything to stop evil. So that's 100% evil in my book. And if you're on that side, if you died painfully, I just want to hear a recording of it so I can sleep good at night as I play that shit on loop. That I know you died painfully. Not that you died, but that you died painfully. I want to hear your screams so that I can go to sleep at night knowing that Jesus is doing good work and that evil people are dying. Not being punished. Being executed. That's the only... Yeah, I'm just saying. True story. That's very Christian. Knowing that evil people can't do that shit anymore. So that innocent children, which pedophiles and Democrats target in schools and in society, that now they're safe because pedophiles, meaning Democrats, and the pedophiles that Democrats support, that they're all being punished and executed. Now they're not in the world anymore, so that innocent children can actually survive and not be taught that their dicks should be cut off and that their tits should be fucking surgically removed. And they should be given hormone therapy so that they become something else other than what God made them. See, they hate Jesus so much, they can't even allow a boy to be a boy and a girl to be a girl. If all those people died, right now, do you understand what the world would look like? It would, well, it'd be a whole lot better. But those people, they have their free will and they're just having their party right now. They're gonna face their punishment regardless. I just wish a few more innocent children would be saved, or at least be allowed to live because they're not fucking aborted before they're even born. So that the fucking Democrats, well, whatever, man. I think I made my point. It's not my point. I think I've passed along the point that needs to be made. Let's just put it that way. True story? If you don't think that's a true story, fuck you. Oh, and by the way, die in a fire. It's pretty much that simple. And I'm using a game almost 20 years old, written by people who actually hate me for what I'm saying, to actually prove that point, because they're too stupid to know that they wrote some shit that actually condones everything I just said. That's kind of crazy, right? Oh, very good, man. Very good, Lionel. 100%. No shit. Huh. Very good. And that's okay. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be. And that's the way it is. Like, literally right now. You're actually seeing it come to pass. So, like, that's an amazing thing. Right? You're talking about the tares. The weeds, the tares. Same thing. Tares, weeds. It's black wheat. It's poisonous. It's poisonous. But it looks like the wheat until it sprouts, and then it's not wheat. It's actually poisonous. And if you put it in with your wheat, like Jesus said, just a little bit of leaven leavens the whole lump. Beware the doctrine of the Kenites, the Pharisees. The tares are the Kenites, the children of Cain. Who hath done this? The enemy did this. The enemy sowed these. Why are there tares with the wheat? Why are there weeds with the wheat that look like wheat until they sprout, and in the harvest season, they show themselves to be poisonous? Who hath done this? What did Jesus say? An enemy hath done this. Satan is the enemy. Who were the tares? His children. They wrote all these rules. This is why this shit is being taught in your schools. This is why this shit has completely leavened your entire government. This is why this has leavened all of your banks. This is why this has leavened all of your schools. This is why this has leavened all of your medical communities, hospitals, doctors. This is why. But let them go and let them do their shit. And so now they have done their shit. And now we're actually seeing what shit they have done. So when I say they should all die in a fire, well, you know what? They're not going to. But no, they actually are going to die in a fire. You just hope that maybe a couple of them will be saved by understanding that their actual judgment is dying in a fire. When I say they should die in a fire with a cactus in their ass, along with their mamas for allowing them to be born, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Does that sound brutal? Fine, cool, it gets the point across. But yes, they're tares amidst the wheat. Do we harvest them? No. Do we shoot them on sight? It would save some innocent people, but those innocent people could still be saved in the millennium. So no, it doesn't save anybody. But their judgment remains the same. So yes, the tares. What you're calling the weeds, those are the tares. That's the parable. I get it. And you are 101% right. You are absolutely correct on that. It's amazing that you actually even saw that. That is absolutely fantastic. And God bless you for actually bringing that up. No, that's fine. No, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. You get it. The point is you get it. We're not arguing semantics. We're not arguing semantics at all. When I say 100% you get it, you 100% get it. And that's, well, now you actually blessed me. Not because I said anything, but just because of literally what you said. There's wisdom. Yeah, there's wisdom, and that's it. And you got it. Remember just remember what a blessing that is. Remember what a blessing it is to understand that. 99.9% don't. Remember, 144,000 isn't a lot out of 6 billion. Do you get that? 144,000 isn't a lot out of 6 billion, roughly. And if you understand that, then you understand that. There you go. That tells you absolutely everything you need to know. So just keep on like you're keeping on, and yeah, do the right thing. Which I hope I do too. So thanks for that, man. Yeah. You get it. Don't quit. Don't quit. But you get it. That's a really good thing. You know what's a shame is that we're sitting here talking in it's like sign language, and it's not. It's just common sense, right? Do you understand how many people actually understand what we're even talking about? And how few that actually is now? That's the sad part. So what we really want is that field of dry bones to get a little moisture and start to get some muscles and start to stand up and come back from that zombie satanic state and hear the actual truth. So remember, if they don't have the truth, those bones don't come back together. So if you understand it, then speak that. That's a commandment. Speak that. If you understand it, speak it. If you don't understand it, there's no shame in that. But if you do understand it, speak that. Don't force it on anybody. Don't overload their wagon. They might slap you in the face. And that's not necessarily the worst thing, but whatever. But if you understand it, speak that. So those dry bones might get a little moisture. So those muscles might start to connect those bones, and they might actually stand up on their own 2 feet. They might get some flesh, and they might get some eyes so they can actually see. So if you understand that, you understand exactly what I just said. Do that to the best that you're able. If you don't understand it, be okay with shutting the fuck up. But if you do understand it, be bold about it. Remember, the righteous are bold as a lion, but if you don't know if you're right or not, you're not right. Know that you're right. I'm not saying nobody's perfect, but know that you're right. And then speak that. It's not just about you or me or anybody else, right? I mean, take care of your own and take care of your family. That's what Timothy says. That's what Timothy tells you to do. Take care of your own, take care of your family first. That's your obligation. Kind of like an officer of the law. Take a bullet for the innocent, but, you know, take care of your own. Get your body armor on. And if you don't have enough armor, go get it. Well, that's gonna take some work. Yeah, it'll take some work. So just go do the work. And I need to take that for myself too. I need to actually take my own advice. So get you. Anyway, all right, good talk, man. Good talk.
You're right.
Anyway.
Hopefully, by that time, there's still enough of Ferelden left to save. Good. Now that the warm, fuzzy part of the day is over with, we can get back to the ritual.
Anyway, Lionel, tears, weeds.
Oh, wait, it's not
same thing,
is it?
You get it. You get the gist of it. Like I said, one word, the other word, whatever. Now, if you want, you can take a Strong's Concordance and you can go look at the root word and follow that out and actually get some more knowledge about that to know even more what you're talking about. If you don't have a Strong's Concordance, I strongly suggest it. Get you a King James Version Strong's Concordance and get you a King James Version. You'll have every single word in the Bible in its original language from the accepted manuscripts, both Hebrew, Chaldean, and Greek. Every single word in the entire Bible. If you don't have one, if you got this far without one, I strongly recommend you go get one. Don't get it from Barnes & Noble. Don't get it from Satan's bookstore. Actually, I'd tell you, go get one from Shepherd's Chapel. It's cheap, and it's legit. Get a Strong's Concordance from Shepherd's Chapel, and you will find every single word that you're looking for in its root language with a number that corresponding with the King James Bible. Not the new King James, not any of these other satanic fucking Kenite translations or whatever. I mean, the King James Version isn't perfect. They never said it would be. If you look in the original, what is it, 16 something, the original King James, there's a foreword from the scholars, and it's like a book in and of itself, and they said, we're not perfect. We did our very best. Was it 1680, 16 something? The original King James Version. The U's look like V's. Like, it's the King James, but there's some other things. Anyway, like your modern King James Version. Not New King James or this or that or whatever perverted satanic translation you've got. No, the King James has every word, and then you have a Strong's Concordance that has every single number to every single word in the Old and New Testament, even the Chaldee, like in Daniel, which is kind of like Hebrew. It's basically Hebrew. It's like a different Hebrew. It's like English and Queen's English. You got American, and then you got English American, or English or whatever. Anyway, bottom line is you have every single word in the Bible translated to its root in basic Hebrew or Greek root and basic root. So you can take it all the way back to its root form and then follow it out anywhere that it goes. So you can take one word, and then when you see that word again in the Bible and you understand the definition of that word, you know exactly what you're talking about. So you can follow that out in the passage and understand exactly what that passage means. Like when I say tree, do I mean tree? Do I mean bush? Do I mean field? Do I mean grass? Do I mean person? A human being? And it's an analogy like a tree? Right? What do I mean? So you can actually trace that shit back for yourself to the original manuscripts as if you were actually reading Hebrew and Greek. It's the most powerful tool you have as a Christian, if you have a King James Version Bible and a Strong's Concordance that goes along with it. You're golden. And you can go learn some things that just don't get proud. Remember, this is God's word, not your word. Don't get proud. Avoid that pitfall. But you go get a King James Version, you go get a Strong's Concordance, and you go start looking for yourself and saying, I'm not going to listen to any man, because no man's going to tell you anything that you can't figure out for yourself anyway. What is he or she smarter than you are? No. And even if they are, who says they're not using their intelligence for evil? To pervert and corrupt God's word. Almost everybody is these days. Anybody will tell you, go look for yourself. Remember, it's a relationship. You don't need a pastor to tell you God's word. God is your father. Go ask your father what he means. I want to know about this, and I don't really care what anybody else says about it. I want to know what you say about it. And until you tell me, I'm not going to believe shit. Is that obstinate? No. Would your father respect that if you told him that? Yes. That's what a father actually does. I don't want to hear anything except what you say. If it's right, it's right. And if you say it's wrong, it's wrong. And that's what I'm going to believe. And even if I misunderstand a little bit, even if I get something wrong, guess what? That's what I'm standing on. What you told me is what it is. That's a Christian relationship. That's what your father wants to hear. If you say it's right, it's right. If you say it's wrong, it's wrong. And if I misunderstand, my bad, but at least I tried. God helps those who helps themselves. That's what it means. Go get you a Strong's Concordance with your King James Version Bible and go wreck some shops. Go wreck shop. True story. I'm not saying you haven't done that, but if you got this far without doing that, kudos, man. Shit. You can go do some things. You can do some things. That is a true story. And that's The reason I say go to the Shepherd's Chapel is they have a pure Strong's Concordance. There's versions of the Strong's Concordance going about that the Kenites have corrupted. It's a couple key words, but it's enough. But the original Strong's Concordance is literally just a dictionary of the Hebrew and Greek Bible. That's it, that's all. Like, it's just pure in its actual sense. There's versions of the Strongs that have come out since then, of course, that are corrupted. Like, they support like rapture doctrines and shit like that doesn't even exist in the Bible. So I would say, I just know Shepherd's Chapel will give you a version that's the original Strong's Concordance. I think it comes in a paperback. I can show you what it looks like. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you. Here you go. All right, buddy. Here you go. This is 30 years old. I think I'm not sure what the birthday of this is, but I think I got it almost literally 30 years old in like 1996. I think that sounds right. Something like that. Anyway, yeah. It doesn't have to be this is the softback version, right? But yeah, this is that's beautiful. It's just woo. Anyway, yeah. This is the version that Shepherd's Chapel still sells. They sell it. I say you give them a donation. Whatever. They got a bookstore. You buy the book, but it actually goes towards. Man, I hope they haven't been corrupted. Shepherd's Chapel was Arnold Murray, and then his son Dennis Murray took his place when he passed away in 2014, and then Dennis Murray, he passed away not that long ago. It's been a few years, but the cool thing is all the work is still in place. Anyway, the bookstore, I strongly recommend getting a companion Bible. And the only place I know to get a pure version of the companion Bible is also Shepherd's Chapel. It's not a cult book, it's just the Bible. It's got like all of your tutorial stuff in there. So like for every page you might have this much scripture, but there's going to be side notes, and it's not interpretation, it's translations and references to studies that bring out certain verses, and each word might actually give you a reference, and it'll give you the Hebrew and the Greek roots of those particular words and maybe some references, and allow you to go to certain appendixes that might have an entire study on a particular passage. Like for example, like let's say you have several Psalms in a row, and the Psalms, they're like this. They're like escalating and de-escalating. They like start from here and they go to here and they go back to here. And it's the way they were originally written in the manuscripts, even though it doesn't necessarily translate into the English, and it'll take you all the way back to the Hebrew or Greek roots and tell you how the harmony of the scriptures goes from point A to point Z back to point A, and show you some things and some parallels that happen, and then also certain key words that will take you between the Old and the New Testament and give you references and variances and give you all the what would you say, reference material you would need to go find key words and how they actually happen in a certain place. And you'll find that God's word is harmonic from literally like the first verse to the last verse, and there's nothing difference. There's no difference between the New and Old Testament. It's just God's word. Nothing ever changes. There's nothing like, well, you can eat pork now. God never said that. If you eat pork, you're poisoning yourself, and if you go to the doctor a lot, that's your fault. Because you ignored what God said. It's just don't eat that shit. Because you're fucking stupid if you do, because you're eating scavengers. Why would you eat a vulture? Why would you eat a cockroach? Why would you eat a shrimp? Why would you eat a pig? Why would you eat a shark? Why would you eat a vulture? Why the fuck would you even do that? It's fucking sick. For example, that's a physical thing. It's not a spiritual thing. You can eat pork and, still not go to hell. I mean, there's that. But if you go to the doctor a lot and you have problems like blood problems, brain problems, nerve problems, eyesight problems, respiration problems, yeah, you're probably eating pig. You're probably eating shellfish, clams and fucking oysters and shrimp and lobster and fucking scavengers. Why are you eating that? You got beef. You got lamb. You got chicken. You got turkey. You got, I don't know, all kinds of fish and stuff. Why are you eating scavengers? The filter that filters the poison out of the world and keeps the filter in their bodies until they die, you're gonna go kill them for no fucking reason and then eat their shit? Why would you eat a pig? A pig, let's just put it this way. A pig can eat an AIDS-infested corpse and not get sick, but it will store all the poison of that corpse in its flesh and it's fat, and you know what you call that fat? You call it bacon. You like bacon? Well, if you get sick, fuck you. That's on you. That's like entirely your fault. It's 100% your fault. Does it spiritually affect you? No. But does it affect your quality of life? Absolutely. How many times you go to a doctor a year? I've been to a doctor once in 32 years. Since I didn't eat pork anymore because God said don't do that because it's fucking stupid. Why would you eat an earth filter instead of just eating what God gave you to eat? Why would you do that? Because I like it. Well, if you like cocaine, it's going to kill you. If you like pigs, they're going to kill you. There you go. I never heard that. My church doesn't teach that. Your church teaches you that you can eat anything because they want you to be sick. You want to know why? Because the medical community doesn't make any money unless you're sick. Then they can assign you all kinds of pharmaceuticals. You know what pharmaceutical is in the Greek? It's pharmakia. Do you know that pharmakia, pharmacists, cannot go to heaven? Dope dealers, big pharma, God hates it. And it's based on you being ignorant of the things that make you sick and then just doing that on purpose. Imagine that. A conspiracy revealed from the scripture itself. Imagine that. The Shroud of Turin, I don't really care. I really couldn't give a shit less. A physical object that does what? It's a sign of what? What does it tell you? Nothing. If you don't believe Jesus raised up his own life because he said, I have the power to take my own life again because I am God incarnate in the flesh and I died for you. If you can't accept that, you're not going to accept anything else. An evil generation requires a sign. So your fucking shroud is a sign that an evil generation requires. If you're worried about that shit, you're so fucking lost. You're asleep. You're dead. Maybe in the millennium you can wake up. Maybe. But I hate to wind up on the wrong side of the gulf because I'm a faithless fucking idiot that requires a sign. I don't give a shit about a shroud. I don't give a shit about this. I don't care what the Kenites give you to fucking obsess about because so you can be religious. Christianity is not a religion. Christianity is the reality. And if you don't get it, you're going. That's it. That's all. So my thoughts on that, I don't have any thoughts on that, except fuck that. And it can go fuck itself, along with every other Kenite sign that they give you as bait to make you be religious, along with every other fucking organized religion and denomination that divides and fucking takes the body of Christ and turns it into a fucking zombie fucking dissected piece of shit on a fucking doctor's plate. I don't give a shit about any of it. Christianity is a reality. And then you have everything else. You have true, and then you have everything else. You have right, and you have everything else. It's just that cut and dry. You pick up your cross, or you don't. If you don't know what your cross is, then why the fuck are you trying to pick it up? Are you being religious? What the fuck is wrong with you? That's stupid. If you don't believe, then why the fuck are you doing it? God respects you more if you say, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. He respects you more for that. That he does, I'm going to be religious and I'm going to do this thing that the Kenites gave me to do because I don't even know what being a Christian is. You think God respects that? You jumping through circus hoops? Go read Revelation. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. The only thing he gives you credit for is you know that those claiming to be Jews are not Jews. They're Kenites. They're of the synagogue of Satan. You know who Jews are? You know who Israelites are? You probably don't even know who that is. And if you don't know who that is, then you don't know who those are claiming to be what you are, and they're not. Do you even know what a Kenite is? Then you don't have the key of David. If you don't know the key of David, then you can't open a door that's shut, and you can't close a door that's open. And if you don't know what that means, then you're not even in fucking kindergarten yet. And if your pastors haven't told you that, go learn it for yourself because your pastor is not going to give you what your father can give you. And if you don't have any of that and you don't care, then why the fuck are you even listening to anything I'm saying in the first place? There you go. So I don't give a shit about a shroud or this or that or a fucking a goblet or a I don't care about any of that shit, and God doesn't either. Seriously, entire religious Kenite fucking orders gathered around the goblet that Christ drank from. The fact that he drank is your salvation. Not what the fuck he drank from. Who gives a shit about a cup or golden goblet or this or that or whatever? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Nothing. It's religion. It's a physical object. You can say, I'm faithful because I have this. What the fuck is that? That is Satan's asshole taking a shit in your face and you swallowed it on purpose and that became your soul. Why the fuck would you even do that? Stop it. Get right. Get a little discipline. God damn. The disciples were disciplined. And Jesus had to correct them a lot. True story. Anyway, there you go. That's it. That's all. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. I think everything that needed to be said was said, and we're gonna go ahead and yeah, we're gonna go. I'm gonna try to remember to go to Orzammar. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream tonight because let's see, what did I started Monday, so as of yesterday, I wasn't replacing this dude. He just decided to just be a no-call. He called out yesterday and left me with the rest of the deliveries, which was cool. No, Tuesday, sorry, Tuesday. Anyway, so yesterday he called in, somebody else came in, whatever. I don't know, we may actually lose that person too, I think. I can kind of see that coming. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but whatever. All right, so today should be all right, actually. We should have both drivers, but then come Saturday, I think I'm probably going to actually get called in. Anyway, I got to get up in just a few hours and go back to work, and then so now it's technically Friday, right? So tomorrow I'm supposed to be off. I think I'm going to get called in. I expect to get called in. If I don't, by late afternoon, cool. But I would bet that I will be called in. I think so. Anyway, so tonight I shouldn't have to work so late. I should probably be able to get on a little bit early. And if I do get called in on Saturday or tomorrow, technically, then it'll be later. So it won't be like, first thing in the morning. It'll be later in the afternoon. Anyway, I'll probably jump on tonight. Yeah, I know like no part of tonight's stream had anything to do with Dragon Age. I'm cool with that. I mean, we got some progress done. At least we got past Redcliffe. Probably going to go to Orzammar and at least get that started and see if we can get Morgan to the point where we can get some money. Then we go start buying shit, and then we'll probably take a trip to Denerim and then see if we can get some like armor started, all that cool shit. Maybe some back alley shit. There you go. I don't have any money to buy anything unless we can hit level 12 and get Morgan to where we can actually make like unlimited money. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to go to Denerim too. We can go to Denerim first. Actually, we could just go do that first, I guess. I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Anyway, good night, everybody. You guys take it easy. God bless, man. Take care. Really appreciate you hanging out, and appreciate you talking with me, Lionel. It's You definitely blessed me with that. 100%. Yeah, that's some really cool shit, man. Good Friday. What, you're talking about Easter? You remember Easter is the name of Satan. Just remember, Easter is the name of Satan. Ishtar. Ishtar is where Easter comes from. It's a pagan ritual. Eggs. Quick like a bunny. You know what bunnies do quick? They fuck. You know who they fucked like real quick? Is all the virgins that were given up as virgin sacrifices in pagan rituals under Ishtar. Fertility rituals. That's where the eggs come from. Rolling the eggs, quick like a bunny. Yeah, did you know that? Has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. Now, you say, oh man, but the word Easter is an axe. It's in the King James Version. The word Easter is an axe. Yeah, it is. You know what Greek word that's translated from? It's translated from the word Pascal, which is Passover. Now remember, Jesus had just given you Passover. Passover, the Lord's Supper. Eat this. Broke the bread. This is my body broken for you. Eat this. Gave them wine. This is my blood spilled for you. Eat this. And he did it gladly. That was before he was put on the cross. It was the high Sabbath. It was on a Wednesday. Yeah, it was on a Wednesday. Imagine that. So it has nothing to do with Friday whatsoever. Friday was satanic confusion. It has nothing to do with the Friday. It's a Wednesday. And then he was taken, betrayed, and then crucified. Thursday night, Friday morning. Friday night, Saturday morning. Saturday night, Sunday morning. There's your 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, then shall the Son of Man be resurrected. There is no such thing as Good Friday. It doesn't exist in the scripture. There's no such thing as Easter. It doesn't exist in the scripture. Ishtar, except it actually does exist in a satanic sense. Satan's version of corrupting the only thing that Jesus ever told you to do. Jesus didn't give you any ritual ever in the history of Scripture after he died for you and then rose again and did away with every single sacrifice and every single religious observance. He is your Sabbath, according to Hebrews. Go look at the book of Hebrews. He is your Sabbath. That is your rest. It is not a certain day of the week. And he was crucified essentially on a Thursday. You might even call it Wednesday on our calendar, but still on a Thursday. It was a high Sabbath. On the high Sabbath. That's the scripture. Has nothing to do with a particular day of the week. To us, it would be a Wednesday. Was it exactly a Wednesday back then? You didn't have a Roman calendar back then. So, whatever. Doesn't really matter. It was a high Sabbath. He was in the grave 3 days and 3 full nights. Friday to Sunday doesn't cover 1.5 days. Has nothing to do with Christianity. Has nothing to do with Scripture. So if you're believing this fucking satanic bullshit and disrespecting Jesus by observing Easter, well, it's satanic as it is. It's satanic. It has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. But the Passover, Passover is what Jesus gave you instead of the sacrificial lamb that you blot the blood on your door frames so that Satan passes over, right? He gave you the Lord's Supper. You know what you call the Lord's Supper today? You call it communion. Communion is the Lord's Supper. Not something you do every Satan day, Saturday, or every fucking Sunday, some man-made Roman calendar bullshit. It's something you do on the Passover. The new Passover is Jesus Christ, the communion, some bread, and some wine, the body broken for you, the wine, and it's an acknowledgement of what Jesus did for you. It's the only observance that he actually gave. He didn't even give you Christmas. Christmas is amazing, but he did not tell you to observe Christmas. He told you, do this in remembrance of me. And so what did Satan do? He gave you Easter to replace it. So if you're celebrating Easter, you're celebrating Satanism. It has nothing to do with Christianity, and there's no such thing as a Good Friday. Doesn't exist in the scripture anywhere else. You're actually worshiping Satan, and you're calling Satan Jesus. Because you're calling the only thing that the Lord actually gave you to observe, you're calling it in Satan's name, which is Ishtar. That's exactly what you're doing. Now you know. You can do what you want from there, but there's the facts. Passover is translated Ishtar in satanic corruption of the King James Version Bible. The original Greek word is Pascal, and it's Passover. The replacement for Passover, the Passover lamb, which is sacrificed, and the blood on your doorpost, the doorposts are the doorposts to your mind. And understanding Christianity is understanding what Jesus did for you and what he gave for you. And it's called Passover. It has nothing to do with Satan's, whose name is Ishtar, Ashtaroth. Ashtaroth. I got this shit when I was a kid because I was fucking stupid. There you go. This is a remembrance of what it means to be woke before woke was even woke. Thank God I'm not anymore, but there you go. The early church fathers commemorated. I don't give a fuck what religious people did with religion or whatever. I'm telling you what the scripture is. And in Acts, the scripture is Passover is Pascal. It's translated Easter. I don't give a fuck what religious people did with it. None of them mean anything. What Passover is, it's replaced by the Lord's Supper. It's what you call communion now. And it happens one time a year. Not every Sunday or Saturday or any fucking day of the week. It happens at Passover. And it's to acknowledge what the Lord told you to acknowledge. Now, if you want to do it every week, I mean, I guess whatever. But that's religious, that's ceremonial, and that's repetition. And God never told you to do that. Well, God did tell you what Jesus, God himself, incarnate in the flesh, right before he gave his life for you, told you to do was do this in remembrance of me on Passover. And it's translated Ishtar, Satan. And there's no such thing as a Good Friday. If you want to talk about days of the week, Jesus was actually crucified essentially on a Wednesday or a Thursday. Because it was a high Sabbath. And that's exactly what the scripture says. It has nothing to do with a Friday at all. I don't care what any religious leader ever did. They're not any more important than any senator who's fucking molesting, sacrificing, and eating fucking children to drink their blood. They're not any more important than that. I don't care. God's word doesn't care. God doesn't care. And those people will suffer exactly the way they're supposed to suffer. So when somebody says Happy Easter, you know what I translate that as in my head? As a Christian, I translate that Happy Satan to you on the Lord's holy day. On the Lord's actual communion that he actually told you to observe, Happy Satan during the Lord's holy day. I'm never going to accept that. And I'm going to tell you the exact truth, and if you don't like it, I really don't care. Get over it or don't. That's on you. There you go. So I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you the exact truth, exactly the way it is. And once again, if you don't like it, whatever. Love you, but sucks to be you if you hate me for that, because whatever, it's the truth. There you have it. Like, those are the absolute facts. 100%. If I didn't know that, I wouldn't say anything about it. So there you go. Anyway, good night, everybody. Something to think about, man. Something to think about. Leading into these Satan, Ishtar season, that fucking corrupts and pollutes and teabags. It's like teabagging Jesus. How the fuck are you gonna teabag Jesus? Jesus is God. The only way you think you would do that is if you're fucking a Satanist. That just disgusts me, and I'm not ever gonna say anything different because that's the way it is.